everyone, and good morning to all those who have joined us from the USA. I'm Hironna, a first-year postgraduate student of English at Presidency University and one of the co-conveners of the Korea Literary Society. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to our first international symposium. But before we begin, I'd like to say a few words about our literary society and the theme of this conference. The instances in literature and philosophy eternally rest in an impossible possibility of utterance. As students of literature, we constantly grapple with the never ending chain of significations, with doubts and ideas that refuse to be binarized or categorized. It was with this thought in mind that we, students of Presidency University, came together to form Oporia, a literary society to foster engagement with the doubts and contradictions that mark life and literature. Over the years, we have worked to organize and host various activities, discussions, and debates on various aspects of literature and beyond. The subjects of our earlier sessions have ranged from mythology, speculative and science fiction, to narratives of feminist resistance. As of now, our society is working towards providing students a space where they can come together to explore various nuances of language, literature, and culture. This is the second year of the collaboration between Presidency University, Texas Women's University, Onondaga Community College, and Calcutta University, and the first time that Aporia Literary Society is hosting it. Today's conference Today's conference not only aligns perfectly with our vision, but also opens up for us the opportunity to create a space for interacting with a global intellectual community. We are very grateful for this opportunity and hope to be able to host this again in the future. Today's conference, titled Feminist Foremothers, Resisting, Revising, and Reinventing the Margins, hopes to explore the social, political, and cultural footprints left by our female ancestors on the historical and literary landscape of the world. Women throughout history have had to continuously redefine the margins set for them by the male-dominated society and institutions, using various covert narrative strategies and methods as a way to fight back. Our audience might soon discover that many of the student panels focus on Annie Besant, the first elected female president of the Indian Congress. Standing at the juncture of the Indian nationalist movement, Besant, a white woman hailing from England, obscured all established boundaries of racial, nationalist, and religious politics by siding with the Indian national movement in their fight against British oppression. Moreover, as a connector between the two worlds, Annie Besant becomes very relevant to the collaborative nature of this symposium as well. Other feminist icons like Afro-American anti-lynching activist Ida B. Wells have been explored in juxtaposition with Besant. Our speakers and panelists will provide us with what will most definitely be an enlightening session on feminist icons like Annie Besant, Bell Hooks, Savitribai Phule, and a number of other such pioneering women. Without any further delay, I would like to invite the Dean of Onondaga Community College, Professor Michael O'Connor, to invite our distinguished guest and inaugural speaker for the day, Professor Geraldine Forbes, to deliver her lecture.
Professor McLean, it's over to you.
There you go. Thank you. As a theme, apparently I was struggling with technology as well. I'll be brief, but I just did want to take a moment to say hello to everybody here. I am Michael O'Connor, Dean of Humanities, Social Sciences, and Fine Arts here at Onondaga Community College. It's my pleasure to introduce today's intriguing event and prestigious speaker, Dr. Geraldine Forbes. Before I do that, I do want to take a moment to thank Dr. McLean for all his work in putting on today's events. I also want to take a moment and thank our colleagues from all over the world in joining us remotely from Calcutta University, Presidency University in Kolkata, India, as well as from Texas Women's University in Denton, Texas. It's exciting to be able to leverage current technology to bring together scholars from around the world for events like this. It really is quite exciting. I'm especially excited for today's event. Dr. Geraldine Ford is a distinguished teaching professor in the History Department at the State University of New York in Oswego. Dr. Ford's career has been marked by groundbreaking research and scholarship into the experience of women in India. Today's presentation is Finding Foremothers in Women Restored to History. It would be a mistake, however, if I were to present Dr. Ford's research as a dry academic exercise. Throughout her career, in addition to her scholarship, publishing, and awards too numerous to mention, though I would be remiss if I didn't mention her 2006 award from the M.K. Gandhi Institute for Nonviolence on recognition and appreciation for a lifelong dedication and promotion of the Gandhian philosophy. Dr. Ford has spent her life putting the scholarship into action through development of numerous international programs and events designed to bring feminist historical research to bear on the world of today. So please join me in welcoming Professor Geraldine Ford. Thank you.
Great, look at that, Hiriana, you're the champion of the day. So we've got our wonderful speaker coming before us, and again, thanks very much for Professor Forbes coming to join us, and we appreciate our Dean Michael O'Connor for being with us today. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete. Oh,
Good morning. All right, are we all set with the first slide? I'm just wondering if you could make the first, if you could go to the first slide, please, instead of number, I think you've got number 2 or 3. Could we go to the first slide, please? And, okay, thank you. Could we possibly make it the main part of the, all right, these are all little tiny boxes, and I'm just wondering if we could make it the main part. I'm not so familiar with Google Meet. Is that possible? All right. Not yet. Okay.
I think from there you may need to pin it from OCC. You may need to pin it.
I'm going to.
So,
oh, okay.
It's my understanding that Hiriana needs to share that as her desktop, and then it will project, won't it? Or
Right.
Or is it still not going to do that because of the sound is going to?
Hiruna, can you pin it?
OCC needs to pin it. I don't think.
There.
I can pin it for everyone.
Okay,
I
you've
can
got
pin
it. Thank you very much. All right.
Everyone needs to pin it for the.
No, oh, okay, we've got it here. Okay, I'm just going to have to ask you to move to the next slide. Okay, the term forefathers, generally defined as ancestors, also has political significance. And in terms of the first, at least that I can find, use of the term is in 1805 by President Thomas Jefferson, who talked about the Europeans who came to the 13 colonies as forefathers. Other presidents, and this term continued to be used in many speeches, conflated forefathers and founders in their speeches, echoing this characterization of the first colonists as the ancestors of those who created a new nation. The forefathers of history were powerful men who, as one website explained it, taught the nation how to be courageous, inventive, entrepreneurial, and team players. There is nothing here about some detractions. Could we have the next slide, please? Teaching about the forefathers or founders, and the terms are used consistently together, was considered fundamental to education. And this was consistent with the traditional concept of history as chronicling rulers and conquerors. And this is a history that had no space or time for the contributions of women or of other groups, farmers, workers, slaves, soldiers, ordinary people. Gerna Lerda, though, noted that men were left out of history because they lacked power and influence, but women were left out of history because of gender. In this talk, I really want to talk about the omission of women, then the efforts to add women, but also some of the issues that we face in perhaps thinking that all women that we recuperate are heroines. So could I have the next slide? When we examine the past, we find that in addition to being omitted, women have in some cases been erased from history. So I think at least Professor McLean has seen this, seen the temples and so on. But one prominent example, and this is one that historians, women historians like to talk about, is the Egyptian pharaoh Hatshepsut, who was Pharaoh, actually Pharaoh, using that male term, from 1479 to 1458 BCE. But her name and her image were removed from historical records. So I think if you look at the lower right-hand corner, this is sort of the chiseling away of an image carved into rock. We can think of no better example, I think, of erasure than taking chisels and taking a name out. But more common than erasure is the belief that women haven't really contributed anything to society that is worth noting. The next slide, please. And this notion, I think, really has a very, very long roots in history and equates women's destiny with their biology. This is repeated in ancient texts and reiterated through the ages. So just to cherry pick a few examples, Aristotle saw women as inherently different from men. Men had the ability to concoct, to formulate, to ejaculate sperm, which is the origin of the form, while women were simply fields receiving the seeds. Charles Darwin, again, just moving ahead in history, I could give thousands of examples of this kind. I think Charles Darwin saw men as more evolved intellectually and physically because they fought in wars and had to make decisions, were confronted with big problems. Freud asserted anatomy is destiny. So throughout most of history, and I've got this picture in the center, women were defined as biologically different from men and hence incapable of the same intellectual and physical tasks. Men invented, explored, wrote, challenged, and conquered, while women were born, married, had children, raised them, cooked, cleaned, and died. Now, the next one, please. Including women in history. Really, we can find some earlier historians who start to talk about women in history, but really it's the 1970s and it's the women's movement that sets out to recuperate women's lives and make them the subjects of history. Now, of course, this is not the first time conventional history was challenged. It's challenged far earlier by what we would call social historians. And like social historians, in many ways building on the work they had already done, women's historians began to develop new methodologies of recovering the lives and experiences of individuals not represented in the archives. And you're going to hear some of this today. The one paper I've read is Professor McLean's, and this is what he is talking about: new methodologies, new ways, new questions. In the beginning, women's history was really closely tied to the women's movement. It's changed a bit, but in the beginning, it's really based on a conviction. Feminists were the ones who began to use the term foremothers, but not always in the same way as forefathers. Although we have, and this is the two pictures there, Joan of Arc and Irani of Jhansi. These are historians like Mary Beard, who wrote Women as a Force in History, 1946. She argued that women, just like men, were history makers. So we can think of Joan of Arc, Rani of Jhansi, history makers, but they'd been left out of the narrative. But when we went back, it was easy to find them. Now, these we find, as we go back, women who did excel in what are men's activities, women who excelled in war making, but their roles weren't central until really after the 1970s. And if you look, there's Joan of Arc. Now there has been many, many books looking back at her life, same Rani of Jhansi, but they occur after the 70s. The next one, please, next slide. Gerda Lerner is really in many ways fundamental historian to us, the first one who taught women's history, the first one who developed a women's history program, a master's degree. But Gerda Lerner told historians they have to write not just about these famous women who were perhaps warriors, but they had to write about women's experiences. So that would mean if women were spending a lot of their time raising children, birthing children, cooking, cleaning, sewing, etc., we need to focus on those activities in addition to war and exploration and conquest. This Gerda Lerner's writings and her focus on women have a history. Look at those questions, not just the ones that we have traditionally conceived of as historical questions. As I mentioned earlier, the term forefathers was used to designate powerful men, founders in their field. It's interesting that the term foremothers, which you find in this women's history writing, the term foremothers has not been used for women who made it in conventional roles. In fact, if you look at histories of Queen Elizabeth I or Catherine the Great or Joan of Arc or the Rani of Jhansi, they're not called foremothers. They're often seen then as exceptions, women who excelled in a male field, but not, quote, foremothers. These women excelled in masculinist activities and earned a place, but they're not foremothers, where the term foremothers is more often used for women left out of history. So I could just give a couple of examples. Just in the field of women's history, there's a whole series of articles on women foremothers as historians who first wrote about women's history, and this is it was in Gender and History. We find foremothers in fields, so the foremothers of nursing, the foremothers of psychoanalysis. We find foremothers as activists who have been left out. So we have now, people are writing about Black women in the suffragist movement, women who weren't always mentioned in the beginning. We have articles on women who broke the rules and who wrote, for example, in defense of women's sexuality and women's right to their bodies, such as Margaret Sanger, and those who joined political rebellions. Reviewing literature, we find the word foremother often applied to women who broke the rules more than to those who succeeded in male roles. And these histories are ones that, out of, say, the women's movement, resonated with women's lives. So let me have the next slide. I'm just going to use an example from my own work, my interest in non-famous women's subjects, or we might call them, I'm saying non-famous, ordinary, unrecognized, unknown, uncelebrated, began when I met Shuda Majumdar in 1970. She was recognized, I mean, these aren't people who didn't exist. She was recognized by her family as a powerhouse and by her colleagues in women's organizations as someone committed to and devoted to efforts to uplift women. Her life's journey was what interested me, though, from child bride to voluntary social worker, which took her from rural Bengal to international meetings where she met Eleanor Roosevelt. It was an astounding journey, I found, and contradicted essential conventional ideas about the evils of child marriage. The next slide, please. Just can you, all right, the pictures, oh, there they are. What I think was interesting for me as a historian is I had read about all these issues in India, like child marriage, child widowhood, the lack of female education. But these were topics I had read about male reformers who advocated for these rights. For example, Ram Mohan Roy said women shouldn't be forced to commit sati, or suicide, on their husband's funeral pyres. So we were reading about Vidyasagar as somebody who was opposing child marriage. So we read about these issues from the point of view of male reformers. And it was only when we sort of switched to women's history that we begin to look at the women's subjects of these reformers. Can I have the next slide, please? At the time, and really I became a women's historian without formal training. I went from intellectual history to women's history because I found it so fascinating. Working in the field of intellectual history, I thought I knew where my research was going for the next whatever, many, many years. And editing a memoir was going to be a brief diversion. But the task generated questions that I think I'm still trying to answer. These were questions about how women's lives, in relation to their intimate surroundings, their children, their spouses, their family members, and to the larger world, their societies, their cultures, their religions, their politics, were changing. When I was looking for this, I became aware that these questions were not limited to India, which is what I was studying, but they were rather issues discussed all over the world in the late 19th and early 20th century. And sometimes I think, just listening about recent political speeches, they are questions that are still consuming us. What about change in women's lives? This was, I was going to say, at the time in the 1970s, was particularly exciting for those of us engaged in women's history because we were reading and writing many kinds of questioning. Okay, some you may take for granted, some may be new. For example, we periodize, right? There was a Renaissance, there was a rebirth, there was an age of exploration. The question would be, what Renaissance for women? Did they experience great change? We questioned untested assumptions. For example, that men were breadwinners. Going back in history, finding, no, not really. Sometimes the work of women, and many times the work of women was disguised under the work of a man. The way we read documents. For example, how do we read a law that leaves out women? What does the omission mean? We were looking at language. For example, finding in the 19th century, a woman, say Abigail Jones, was married to Mr. Smith, and after marriage, she loses that entire name of Abigail Ann Smith and becomes, Abigail Jones, she loses her name, loses her first name and becomes Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Mann. Why did women lose their names? And I think we were touched by the new findings in archaeology and anthropology, such as the idea that women in hunter-gatherers gathered about 80% of the food people ate, and archaeology, which gave us statues of women rulers and goddesses. Next slide. This was really, and this was a changing time. It was a time that we were very aware that history mattered, that our view of history affected everything from legislation to who was considered qualified for a job. The period of the 60s to the 80s was one of dramatic change for women. And I think many, unless you study women's history, are not aware that, just birth control becomes available in the 60s. Medicine changes, the entry of women into higher education, politics, legal rights, sports, non-binary sexuality, dress, clothing, all were changing really dramatically, and not just in the United States. The lives of women were then different from their mothers and their grandmothers. And actually, because at this time people women really don't have a sense of history. Many believe they were the first. If you start to read, you'll feel, oh, this was the first woman doing such and such. But if we go back in history, no, she wasn't. It was done before, it was tried before. I just personally had studied history through high school, college, my MA and my PhD, but never really found it interesting in the same way until I started looking at women's lives. And part of that isn't because they were women, it's the detail of lives lived. It's ordinary things that become fascinating. Next slide. Just a side note, I ended up editing a book series called Foremother Legacies, thinking I use this term foremothers, which I would use differently now. I was again thinking of our ancestors in the sense that women, because we do often share some things, marriage, discrimination in childhood, discrimination in terms of education, marriage, family life, etc., that I looked at how women's lives, I was thinking in other cultures, whether it be China, Nigeria, Nadia is about a Muslim woman, an Arab woman born in Lebanon, how their stories actually tell us something that's meaningful to our lives. The next one, please. I'm going to say a little bit more about this memoir that I edited with Professor Tapan Ray Chaudhry. Hoimabati Shen was married at age 10, widowed at 11, pushed out of both her husband's and her husband's and her brother's home. She remarried, became one of India's early women doctors, trained in Western medicine. She practiced medicine for 40 years, raised 5 children, numerous orphans, and endured a very unhappy second marriage. Now, I've made the point about why foremothers might interest us individually. They have value far beyond that, and that is the recovery of lives at a particular time, and what, in this case, details about growing up with a gendered identity, the centrality of marriage and motherhood for women, and navigating worlds in entering the professions as one never quite belongs. Life challenges, especially associated with nurturing and care work, permeate these stories. And it doesn't matter what economic status or political status, nurturing and caregiving. Anthropologists write about the great and little tradition, the great meaning the institutions, the books, the formal way we look at something within a society. While little tradition is how ordinary people follow their lives. Our histories of men, especially of powerful men, tell us about the great tradition, while the stories of women are often about the messiness of living in cultures and societies. Hoimabati Shen, as I mentioned, was a child bride and child widow who became a lady doctor. Her story is harrowing. But after medical school, she became the head of a women's hospital. Now, what I think is really interesting is there's something universal about her story, and that is the discrimination she faced because of gender. Her brothers were educated, and still in many societies, there's discrimination against women in education. She only received an education because her father was very tolerant, let her sit on the edge of the classroom when her brothers and cousins were educated. She was married very young, as was characteristic, but denied inheritance, which again is still an issue worldwide. As a female student, she faced harassment from the male students. And as a woman who was married when she was going to school, She found her duties, child caring, cooking, cleaning, made it difficult to study. As a doctor, she was supervised by male doctors who were very harsh about her practice. And at the same time, she was sexually harassed by doctors who were her colleagues. She was the sole supporter of her husband, her husband's family, her children, these orphans, and yet her husband, who did voluntary social work, beat her when she didn't fulfill her role as a good housewife. So next slide, please. Her story, which is one of remarkable achievement despite hardships, adds a great deal to our understanding of the time she lived, and especially the efforts of Indian reformers to improve the lives of Indians, women. Late 19th century Bengal was the site of the reformist Brahmo Samaj, pictured here, which had efforts to educate women both in schools and for the professions. Next slide. They promoted the idea that women should be doctors. This was the hospital. It's now a police station, as everybody seeing this from India can tell. The books about the reformers and reform movements in the schools are minty, but what we seldom have is what did this mean day to day for women? In Hoimabati Shen's memoir, we find that the whole issue of a girl who was widowed being remarried wasn't such a happy thing. First, society discriminated against the remarried widows. The other things was the young widow was most likely a desirable second wife to a man who'd lost his wife and had 5 children to take care of. So we find that they become remarried widows often are not only discriminated against, but they become very much household workers. All right, I'm in this talk a bit about moving from history from above to what's called history from below. I think in our society, we want these details. We really want to go into the lives of people and just sort of get away from the big, nice picture of what they did. We want to know what happened, not just what people said should happen. And when I think about Hoimabati's abuse at the hands of her husband, remember she was the sole breadwinner, it made me think of a study published recently that women this is an American society, who make more money than their husbands still do more of the housework. And they could count this, they did thousands of interviews and so on. So women who make the same amount as their husbands or more still do considerably more work around the home. They do double work. Next one, please. Next slide. So I want to say the research and writing of the several years has been enlightening and informative, but it's been criticized for its focus, not unlike the research it's thought to replace. In other words, people are saying forefathers are these white, powerful, rich men. And there's a critique that now with women's history, what are we doing? We're doing something similar. We're looking at powerful women, and especially ones who are upper class or upper middle class. Our concern in society with difference, especially with issues of race, of caste, of class, means that in recovering histories, we might well question the extent to which the women whose histories we're rescuing could be our foremothers. And I think of that term foremothers. Janet Floyd, who's written a very extensive article on this, has called this a complex terrain of recovery where projects collide with one another. The problem occurs when feminist recovery is suffused with a desire to duplicate feelings. In other words, we are looking for these women to really be or validate things that we now believe in. We want to see them as maybe fighting the same fights we want to fight. And here I need to recognize that I was thinking my own ambiguity about Sharla Devi Chodorani. There, I wrote about her in this Lost Letters in Feminist History. Now, this woman was intelligent, thoughtful, educated beyond women of her time, an excellent writer, adventurous, daring, fiercely patriotic, and charismatic. She was, in many ways, a foremother of modern Indian women and of Indian feminism. But there are also elements of her life that are troubling to a contemporary feminist. For example, her love and use of class caste privilege, her recognition of patriarchal authority, and really her inability to relate to those below her. Okay, she helped people less fortunate, teaching them when she was young, working to end brothels when she was older, but as acts of charity rather than of solidarity. Gandhi clearly recognized her charisma and wanted her to be part of the movement, but he was disappointed in her class consciousness and love of luxury. So while I think I fully participate in this project to recover the lives of foremothers, I'm excited about all the work that's being done, but I think we need to be very careful about idealizing foremothers, and I'm beginning to wonder whether we want to use the term. We need to be very careful that we're not thinking of foremothers as the equivalent of forefathers, because good research will turn up details we do not like, details that are going to portray the prejudices, the narrow-mindedness, even the pettiness of our subjects. And it's unlikely we're going to be satisfied with their feminism because we are living in a different time. And living in a world where history is constantly changing, and history changes not just because we develop new methodologies and new ways of reading and discover new documents, but also the people who do history are different. We as historians are different than our historian ancestors. We're asking different questions and we're challenging historical figures that we might have earlier revered. And we're challenging them because of their support of racism, casteism, classism, sexism, genocide, homophobia, and other terrible things and inequalities facing our society. So I think just want to add with, we have to really be careful of not putting our, quote, foremothers on pedestals, but maybe think of them as very much like our flawed grandmothers, maybe, and learn from both their achievements and their shortcomings. So thank you. Do we?
Yeah, question.
Okay, are we, okay, we were going to go to questions. We have a couple of minutes, I'm not sure. Oh, hi.
Thank you so much, Professor Fo, for the brilliantly insightful lecture. I'm sure our audience not only thoroughly enjoyed it, but also learned a lot and took home more to think about regarding the understanding of women's place in history. We could not expect a better start. Moving on to the next phase of our symposium, here comes the first student presentation of the day. Anvesha De, Bori Shanran, and Rikita Haldar from Presidency University have collaborated with Ellie Hunt and Adnan W. Khan from Onondaga Community College on a paper titled Resistance, Religiosity, and Color, reading Annie Besant and Ida Wells as trailblazing feminist figures in relation with the divided temporal and cultural context. Over to the team.
All right. Hello, I'm Adukar, and we'll be presenting how Annie Besant and Ida Wells are similar when it comes to trailblazing in the context of feminism, and how they differ when it comes to the use of religiosity, temporal, and cultural context. I'll be explaining how Annie Besant is a trailblazer and her radical stances or tasks she did. Next slide, please. All right, when you think of a trailblazer, you think of somebody who pioneered an area unknown to anybody, somebody who walked down a path that nobody walked down before. And that was exactly what Annie Besant did. She fought for equality, or at least women's rights in England by discussing the Contagious Disease Act. She also fought for rights for a women's reproductive system, or rights to have control over the body, and she did it by posting a pamphlet about sex ed and birth controls, which was a major thing during this time. She also contributed to girls' equality in education in India, which was during this time not really a equal education during that time, but she contributed to the system for it. On the next slide, I'll discuss how the radical changes that Annie Besant did. Right. She founded the Home Rule movement, and during this time, England lost their American colonies. And to put it in reference, in the global timescale of things, it was a very major thing because the Englands lost their major source of income because with America gained their independence. With Annie Besant founding the Indian Home Rule movement, not only did she pioneer the area for women's leadership, but also went against the social norms of Indian having part of self-govern. And by doing this, she not only stood against society as a whole, but also the English government by saying that she wants India to have the ability to self-govern. As I mentioned before with the pamphlets of sex education, or at least the birth controls, this was major because during this time, the church was still heavily involved in the social norm of England at the time, and the church allowed men to have the right to have control over women's reproductive system. With Annie Besant publishing the pamphlet, not only did she fight against the social norms, but she also went against the church, saying how women should have right over their reproductive system and not be the angel of the house where they let men do whatever they want to them and just take care of the house, take care of the children, and just take care of the house or the husband. I'd like to move on to mention the most important, or at least the most radical thing that Annie Besant did. She wrote a book called Legalization of Female Slavery in England. This discussed the problems of the Contagious Disease Act, which was trying to address the problem of disease spread via prostitution and how the English government were trying to stop the spread of diseases. They thought about stopping, or at least outlawing prostitution. But Annie Besant brought up the problem that if you outlaw prostitution, you only increase the problem because men have sexual desires and needs that need to be released. If you outlaw prostitution, not only are you putting women who use prostitution as a job, as a profession, out of business, you also increase the danger, or at least the spread of diseases, because if men don't have an outlet to release their sexual desires, they take more radical means to release it. And so I was going to propose a solution to the problem, saying that how because women in prostitution, those are like one of the only sources, or at least one of the many means to survive. And so she proposed the idea by allowing women to have the right to education, equal pay, and work. By doing this, not only is she fighting for women to have obviously the education in England, which is important during this time, but also breaking into the workforce for women and not let them rot as the angel in the house. And by proposing this, not only is she addressing the problem of women not being in the workforce, but also proposing a alternative of instead of outlawing prostitution, she gave them a way out by providing women a way to work and support the community. Eli, I'll give it the next slide is to you.
Hello, I'm Eli, and I'm talking about Ida Wells. So, Ida Wells was a dominant political figure during her lifetime. She was not only a journalist, but an international activist as well. During this time, politics was reserved for white men, so Ida took her activism across seas to Great Britain. Wells used her rhetoric to gain support there, and they put pressure on America to address lynching. But it's important not to forget her work in America as well. Ida Wells founded many organizations in support of both African Americans and women. Wells co-founded groups such as the National Association of Colored Women and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. In the city of Chicago, she even started the first Black kindergarten and the first Black women's settlement home. During her lifetime, Ida Wells publicly challenged segregation, an act that was rare. Even in the threat of violence, Wells fought for her rights. The best example of this is when taking a train in Tennessee, Wells was asked to move from the ladies' car to the blacks' car. Wells refused and then was forcibly removed from the train. Wells, suffering this discrimination, started down a path of radical political change. Next slide, please. To fully understand how radical Wells was, one must account for her childhood. She was born into slavery just 6 months before the Emancipation Proclamation. She was among the first generation of free African Americans in America. During this time, they had rights, but were often not allowed to use them, as there was the threat of violence, but also Jim Crow laws. So from a young age, Ida Wells had to fight for her rights when they were granted, but not guaranteed. She is most well known for her anti-lynching pamphlets of Southern Horror and A Red Record. This image is from A Red Record and shows each state, the number of lynchings within each state, and the number of senators opposed to anti-lynching laws. Her pamphlets gained national attention and sparked the conversation on Black rights, but not without controversy. Additionally, Ida Wells contributed to the women's suffrage movement, but as a Black woman, she was left out of the main movement. During a march in Washington, D.C. for women's suffrage, she was told that she needed to segregate the march and march in the back. But Wells refused and ignored the request, marching alongside with the white suffragettes. Her role in the suffragette movement was also controversial. So Wells challenged the stereotype that Black women were impure during the day, making her achievements all that more impressive. Ida Wells challenged the political structure and the social structure of the time and paved the way for women of color to participate in politics. But to understand both Ida Wells and Annie Besant better, one must examine the role of religion. Thank you. Next slide.
Hello, I'm Ornisha, and I'll be talking about the religiosity in Annie Besant and the contradictions, radicalism in Europe, and conservatism in India. The first slide shows her stance on atheism, as she regards atheists to be the vanguards of the army of free thought. In a Victorian, post-Victorian society, as much as questions on faith and religion, doubts and crisis grew, one cannot forget the stifling position of women in the private sphere, trapped as angels in the house. Keeping that time frame in mind, Besant's standpoint is only revolutionary. She, as a woman, is writing an autobiography that is not merely confessional, but is an excellent document of her intellectual course. Therefore, standing against the flow of majoritarian discourse as a woman in times such as those was incredible. The reason why her ideas regarding religion and religiosity become more interesting is because religion, or God, as perceived by the majority as a discourse, is negated by her not just by cultural but also by intellectual means where women of her times hardly operated. However, her tryst with religiosity isn't all that pure. We'll go to the next slide. And C. Dr. Patnaik calling her a paragon of Hindutva because she equates the soul of India essentially with Hinduism, which is deeply fundamentalist in nature. But the reason why this becomes important is because she is placed centrally in the nationalist discourse of India, where spirituality and religiosity became important factors. This is why, in the next point, I bring in Partha Chatterjee, who talks of the domain of the ghor or the private or the spiritual, which was the only space where the East was superior to the West and was not colonized, and was also hence central to the nationalist hegemony in India, and that was again accessed by women. It is very difficult to perceive that the person with the intellectual setup to promote atheism in a phase of religious crisis in England will settle down to such conservatism in a colonized nation, which bolsters the idea of Orientalism. Orientalism becomes crucial, as Said says, because political liberation cannot be truly liberating, which anti authoritarian figures like Gandhi also believed. We'll go to the next slide and see Ranajit Guho talking about two different segments of the nationalist movement, the elite Congress and the pre-modern masses. Political freedom brought about by movements like the Home Rule, which Basin spearheaded imitating from Ireland, would mean liberation to only the former. Hence, her politics turn out to be not that radical. Moreover, in the historiographical process of colonizer epistemology, returning to Indian antiquity as the supreme stage is common. This is in link with Basin's celebration of untarnished Hinduism. The colonists believed that the other, the colonized, was better only at that stage when they were not ruling them. Finally, she fetishizes and mysticizes the East, which we see in the last point, when she posits Jutta Krishnamurti as the Messiah and the Buddha, which is again deeply Orientalist in nature. The most shocking problem here is how a person so empirical that questions truth and life matter consistently gets to this, that which has no logical basis and also appropriates a Christian tradition in a colonized nation. This is in stark contrast with Ida Wells, who used religiosity for the cause of a gender and ethnic minority without letting it consume her, as we will see in the next section.
Hello everyone, I'm Rikita and I'm going to be talking about Ida B. Wells's religiosity. In an interview that was published in the British journal Westminster Gazette on May 10, 1894, Wells revealed to the rest of the world the ugliest aspects of white Christian American culture. She challenges the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant community's notion of itself as the savior, and more significantly, she does so in relation to the WASP community in England. Ida takes advantage of the British in their unquestionable position of global civilizational leadership. She appeals to the entire European continent through the white community in Britain to support the cause of the oppressed black population. The journalist's tone of authority when stating that while a handshake between blacks and whites was possible in England, relations between the two groups were still tumultuous in America, despite the abolition of slavery, highlights the latent racism that exists throughout the world and manifests itself in a variety of ways, sometimes through acts as violent and brutal as lynching, and other times through a very condescending attitude towards people of color that leads to them feeling inferior. Wells combines uncompromising tendencies paradoxically. On the one hand, as we have already mentioned in the slideshow, she is purposefully not being radical by challenging the paradigm of Christianity and is instead using it to elevate her people to a higher moral plane. She is logical, exact, and keen, on the other hand, taking care to hit the exact points of pride that would help her assure support from a white population abroad. Her influence prompts the British magazine to equate her role in eradicating racial inequality to that of Uncle Tom's Cabin, a beloved novel by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Can I have the next slide, please? Wells should be recognized for her steadfast stance on acknowledging the complexity of identity politics. Wells goes above and beyond the typical political action of her time and most of our own by acknowledging the interconnectedness of racism and patriarchy. She is a true intersectional flag bearer of both racial and gendered power dynamics, never undermining one in order to preserve the other. Next slide, please. She draws on the subtleties of her lived experiences, which are strongly influenced by the various discourses of hegemonic power in her day. Wells teaches us to not view the world in black and white. We shouldn't try to judge Wells in terms of radical or compromising either. Wells was suffering from double marginalization at a period when both movements were just getting started. When reading Wells, it is important to consider her contemporary socio-political context, which is very different from the preferred 21st century vocabulary of resistance and would not have been possible without the contributions of women like Wells.
Thank you, Rikita. Hello, I'm Borishan, and I'll be looking at the racial dynamics of Besant's and Wells's politics. Christianity served as a powerful justification for the white man's subjugation of other races. The historical and sociological background of Besant and Wells played a significant role in their reading of Christianity. A white woman in the Victorian age, Annie Besant had access to the philosophical and scientific resources that enabled her to dismantle the myth around Christianity. The same myth again becomes crucial to Wells's anti-racism activism. Now, both women direct their struggle against white and majorly patriarchal authorities, but their different racial positions lead them to develop notions of religion that are polar opposite. Whereas Besant always already had a legitimate voice in the political religious discourse, Ida fought for acquiring that very voice. Can I have the next slide? Thanks. So, Annie Besant's rejection of Christianity has two very prominent aspects to it. Her resistance lies in the fact that she was able to reject the Enlightenment model of rationalism. She created an alternate discourse to the Christian rejection of Hinduism as fatalistic and subsuming individuality. Besant placed individualism not in terms of standing alone in the universe, but in relation to the collective universality, which stemmed from her early associations with socialism. But again, her universalism loses validity at her glorification of Brahmanism. Her nationalism was pervaded with a new sort of colonialism defined by the subjection of the lower caste. Herself no member of a marginalized community, Besant failed to envision the detrimental effects of communitarian essentialism at the cost of marginalization of the already marginalized. Next slide, please. Wells, on the other hand, we can see, she appropriates the Christian notions of virtue to expatiate on how the century-old subjection of the blacks at the hands of the whites renders the white population non-Christian in essence, whereas the meekness, resilience, and forgiveness of the oppressed black people give them a higher stature in the Christian value system. Already otherized by racism, Wells could not afford to further desensitize the white population by moving away from the Christian discourse that defined their socio-political actions. Her universalism was defined by her first-hand experience with double marginalization as a black woman, as well as a keen sense of empathy. Instead of discarding Christianity, she focused on universalizing the Christian discourse to help the black cause. Next slide, please. Feminist politics is never unilateral. It is intricately intertwined with other identities, including that of race. Besant often found it difficult to reconcile between feminist individualism and socialist collectivism. Theosophy helped her overcome this gap by connecting the self, which is the spiritual self, with the other, or the universal. However, for Wells, mere reconciliation between the spiritual and the material was not enough, as she had to constantly negotiate her female identity with her blackness. Christianity for her became a powerful medium of negotiation. She maintains the Christian framework of a good woman in order to retaliate to the vilification of black women through allegations of promiscuity. Besant's privileged construction of selfhood, despite her feminist transgression, thus becomes a stark reminder of the erasure of marginalized identities at the altar of both institutional religion as well as radical feminism. So that concludes our paper. We have tried to capture the nuances of identity politics intersecting with the essentializing nature of feminism by exploring the religiosity of two feminist foremothers divided by space, time, and race. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to the first group of student panelists for this refreshing presentation. We apologize for forgetting to mention that the question answer session with Professor Forbes will be held at the end of this first session. We are asking the audience to hold their comments and questions till then. Now, without further ado, let's call upon the second student presentation of the day. Shoumik Shanigrahi and Kajuri Haldar from Presidency University have collaborated with Queen S. Backenstroth, Long Age Fam, and Kiao R. Hughes from Onondaga Community College on a paper titled Voices Unheard, Annie Besant's Role in Giving a Platform to the Marginalized. Over to the team.
We are here to discuss on the topic of, as you all heard, voices unheard, Annie Besant's role in giving a voice to the marginalized. I'm going to. Yes. In a world where the marginalized and often silenced and ignored, there are a few who have fought as fiercely for their voices to be heard as Annie Besant. A visionary, revolutionary, and tasked advocate for social justice, Besant dedicated her life empowering the country and giving a platform to those who had been silenced for far too long. As the editor of New India, Besant used her platform to amplify the voices of Indian freedom fighters and challenge the oppressive British colonial regime. But her commitment to social justice did not stop there. Besant also edited The Link, a newspaper dedicated to workers' rights, and The Free Woman, a feminist publication. Her advocacy for the oppressed extended beyond the borders of any one community or.
Sorry, could you try to get just a little bit closer to the microphone?
Okay. Give me a second. Am I audible properly now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So Besant's legacy of empowering the marginalized lives on through the institutions she has found, such as Benares Hindu University and the All India Trade Union Congress. Her unwavering commitment to social justice and empowering those who had been silenced has left an indelible mark on history and serves as an inspiration for us all to fight for the voices unheard. The speaker from our group is Kajuri Haldar. I'm going to unmute.
Kajuri, please begin.
Please begin.
Shoumik, can you please move on to the next slide? Yeah, it is. I choose to live by choice, not by chance. Nothing probably sums up Annie Besant's nationalistic politics better than this quote by Miranda Marrett does. Born to Irish mother in England, Besant became an Indian by choice and adoption, and even went on to preside over the Indian National Congress. And in doing so, she not only blended the rather conservative idea of nationalism with the liberal concept of choice, but also proved that a person's birth alone can never determine the ethnicity or the community, or even the school of thought that he or she will identify with and advocate for. The individual's free will and conscience almost always plays the supreme role, and Besant's declaration of being in spirit Eastern, in spite of being cradled in the West, proves that her life was dedicated not only to championing the voices of marginalized people, but rare marginalized ideas like this as well. Besant, in her presidential address to the Indian National Congress, demanded that India must be treated not as a mere possession, but as a worthy partner of Britain, and that not obedience, but friendship must rule the relations between the two nations. This establishes the supreme respect for equality that she had in the global scenario. Her vocal criticism of the ever increasing taxes levied on India, coupled with with her praises for India's glorious past, strikes not at the root of just colonialism, but all human hierarchies, and is probably the common characteristics of all those who, like Besant, have ever actively sympathized with the marginalized. Next slide, please. Please move on to the next slide, Shomi.
Yes, do you see the new slide?
Thank you. It is. Besant, in her own autobiography, spoke about her firm belief in the potentials and the unity of mankind. But I believe in man's redeeming power, in man's remolding energy, in man's approaching triumph through knowledge, love, and work. It is perhaps this belief that made her critical towards Gandhi's non-cooperation movement, for she felt that it can do little good to a world that is itself founded on the basis of mutual cooperation and trust. A true champion of the marginalized, she was extremely averse to any attempts that may have the potential of fanning racial hatred, or any form of hatred for that matter, anywhere in the world. And it is truly not surprising that these just humanitarian concerns of her find an echo in Tagore's philosophy as well, where the world has not been broken into fragments by narrow domestic walls. Into that heaven of freedom, my father, let my country awake.
Next slide, please.
Okay, I guess it's some problem from my end, some internet issue. Kazuri, can you share this slide? Because I am seeing that issue is persisting. Share the slide for us, Kazuri.
It will be a bit difficult for me, Shomik. It's good if the volunteers can help once in this case.
I'll do it.
Please, please.
Please.
I think it's one slide before.
Yes,
Can you tell me the slide number?
It's the one before, just the one before.
Yeah, just the one before that one, yeah. Thank you. Besant believed that a role of a woman as being submissive and obedient was one that was a product of religious and cultural norms and had no place in modern society. Her advocacy for women's right to birth control was deeply rooted in her atheistic worldview, which allowed her to challenge traditional religious and cultural norms that often denied women autonomy over their bodies. In 1877, after forming a publishing press called the Free Thought Publishing Company, Annie Besant and Charles Brodloff put out a book called Fruits of Philosophy by the American writer Charles Knowlton. This book contained information about birth control, and following their support, they received immense criticism and were even trialed for this. Despite this, she continued to speak out and continued to stick to her values. In 1907, she became the vice president of the National Secular Party. She attended public meetings and wrote articles that argued how essential birth control rights were to women and how unwanted pregnancies were a big part of poverty and how birth control could improve lives for the better. Next slide, please. One of Besant's major contributions to Indian society was a critique of the caste system, a social hierarchy that placed people based on their birth, occupation, and social status. This critique was informed by her atheistic beliefs and her intrinsic motivation for social justice. The caste system was unjust and oppressive and perpetuated social inequality. She believed that this stopped individuals within society from reaching their full potential. She argued that it was the relic of the past and condemned the practice of untouchability, which excluded certain individuals from public life and subject them to immense discrimination and violence. Her advocacy for the abolition of the caste system was therefore instrumental in mobilizing support for the Indian independence movement. She worked towards improving social conditions and challenged the political status quo. This led her, to her being imprisoned. Despite being imprisoned, she continued to push for her values and continued her support for the Indian independence movement. She then went on to play a crucial role in the foundation of the Central Hindu College, an institution that aimed to provide education to students of all castes and religions. The college was a symbol of Besant's work over the years and was a testament to her values and provided many individuals with education despite not being able to do this in the past. Next slide, please.
Is the slide not visible? Hello?
No, the
Excuse
next slide was not visible. The next slide was not. Yes, now it is visible.
Yeah,
again.
thank you. Oh, it's gone again. Okay, thanks. So moving on to her work within secularism and theosophy. Many were initially surprised to hear about her transition from secularism to theopathy. One, because she was the vice president of the National Secular Party, and secondly, and even theoretically, they can be considered as relatively contrasting belief systems. My personal opinions find her evolution to be one that was inspired by her intrinsic motivation to help marginalized members of society. Although theopathy may not conform with pure atheist beliefs, it does emphasize an interconnectedness of all beings and the existence of a universal spirit that pervades all of creation. This could lead to a heightened sense of compassion and empathy for others, especially those who are suffering or marginalized. On the other hand, an argument could be made that secularism alone does not provide a moral or ethical framework for individuals to follow. It may also lack a philosophical or spiritual foundation, which can be really important for those who are suffering, as it doesn't give them a sense of community or purpose or direction in order to help others and move forward with their lives. Theosophy, on the other hand, could be seen as a way that people can see their duty to help and create a more just and equitable society. Therefore, her transition could be seen as a way to deepen and enrich her understanding of the spiritual dimensions while also maintaining her work towards social and political activism. Ultimately, Besant did not believe in God, but she believed in man. Again, referring to the quote, she believed in man's redeeming power, in man's remolding energy, in man's approaching triumph, through knowledge, love, and work. A more modern outlook on society, where the factors mentioned above intertwine to create a society fit for all, where discrimination is minimalized and suffering is limited. Next slide, please.
Good morning, my name is Long Pham, and I will talk about Annie Besant's involvement in political activism, specifically socialist and Marxist protests. She was heavily involved in an event known as the Bloody Sunday, where when a crowd of marchers protest about the issue of unemployment, which is a heavy, like a very core issue at the time, and the Irish Coercion Acts, which heavily suppressed popular discontent and disorder. So in 13 November, at least 10,000 protesters marched or surrounded the Trafalgar Square, which was symbolically seen as place where the lower class meet the upper class, like a point for class struggle. Annie Besant was one of the leaders of the protesters, and she appeared as a speaker at a meeting there, and she also offered herself up to be arrested by the police, but they denied. So due to the violent clashes between the demonstrators and the police, the event was caused a great sensation, and it eventually became known as the Bloody Sunday, not the Happy Sunday for obvious reasons. Besant, who was one of the leaders, was widely blamed or credited for the event because she was helping the jail workers and she was supporting the families. Next slide, please. One year later, she again played an important leadership role in a bottom-up struggle. This time, it was the London's match girl strike, which was the first successful walkout of non-unionized workers in the country. The young female workers of the Brian and May's match factory were not only woefully underpaid, but they also have to work in dangerous working conditions, which exposed them to a dangerous chemical known as phosphorus, which caused the condition called the fuzzy jaw, which basically rots away your jaw. Besant would use her own skills and networking within the socialist movement to gain a lot of attention and sympathy for the girls in that factory. After just a week of protesting, the factory had to give in the demands of the workers, and they have to improve their working conditions and pay. Besant was also key to the subsequent establishment of the Matchmakers Union, and she was also its first ever secretary. And that union was also the first of its kind to exclusively represent women workers. Her campaign was the first time anyone had successfully challenged the match manufacturers, which held significant power at the time, and they they basically pretty much, control their workers. And that victory was seen as a landmark for the early years of British socialism.
My name is Quinn, and I will also be talking about Marxist protests that Annie Besant was involved in. Another one was the Dockers Tanner strike. It's basically the same exact outline as the Bryant Mays Match Factory strike with the girls. This one greatly advanced the new unionism, and the employers really tried to stop this, but it had already happened, and there was no stopping it. All of the protests we've already talked about greatly helped the unskilled trade union movement as well. The Dockers Tanner movement was led by Ben Tillett, and he went to Annie Besant for help. And basically the same thing that happens with the Match Girl strike. She gains attention and a sympathy for all the workers, and then they won the protest in the end, and they got better conditions and pay, just like the Match Girl strike. Could we get the next slide, please? So as a conclusion, truly actions are indeed the elixir of life. It is the belief in action and human agency that defines a person like Annie Besant. Besant was an idol for marginalized groups because of how hard she fought and all the progress she made for them and as for society as a whole. She may have been a socialist, Marxist, an atheist, and even a theosophist, but no matter what identity she basked in, her faith in humanity potential was unwavering. And it is perhaps the faith in human possibilities in humanity in general that has propelled her to be the loudest voice of the downtrodden and the outcasts. For even if no one else could, she could still appreciate the human worth of these individuals whom society has so conveniently either forgotten or disowned. Maybe that's why she turned up for the Matchstick Girls protest in spite of being an upper-class woman with a respectable household, and despite the society hurling slanders and threats of damnation and the law putting her on trial. A true advocate for love's own kingdom, she realized that it is the man-made barriers, hierarchies, and discriminations that prevent man from empathizing with another fellow soul. And it is thus really not surprising that she herself became the champion of the marginalized, as she realized that society and mankind can only prosper when the hapless ones find a shoulder to lean on. And I'll leave you all with a quote by Annie Besant herself: "Better remain silent, better not even think if you are not prepared to act." Thank you.
A big thank you to the student panelists for their engaging presentation. I will be now opening the floor for the audience to place their questions and comments to Professor Geraldine Forbes. You can unmute yourself or type out your questions and comments in the chat box. I will be reading them out. Mention your name and affiliation as well. Thank you.
We would like to request OCC to turn on their video, and maybe Professor Forbes can come up front and receive some questions, both from the real audience in front of her and the virtual audience here.
Okay, so I'm here in front now. I'm not quite sure what is the other, Rick has just stepped up for a moment. In terms of the other camera you want turned on, I'm not, no, we're all fine. Okay. So yes, go ahead with questions. We have a few minutes.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Borishan. I'm a student at Presidency University, Department of English. So my question for you is that, is it possible to incorporate third world women's true history into the course of traditional historiography? Or do you believe we need an alternate historiography to accommodate the histories of marginalized communities? Like traditional historiography is deeply rooted in Enlightenment epistemology and therefore both Eurocentric and masculinist. So do we need a different language of historical methodology to understand and evaluate women like Sarala Devi and Haimavati Devi better? Thank you.
Okay, so First, I really reject the term third world, which is a term that's invented in the 1960s, and it comes out of an economic development framework. So I really don't even have a concept beyond that development framework for kind of what is a third world. But let me just say that I think what women's history is attempting to do, maybe imperfectly, is to get away from traditional history. So the whole question of who can easily be included, I think, is complicated. So, for example, if we're talking about something like international women's movements, and we want to think about women who were part of these international women's movements, I think it's very difficult to think about, oh, who is from America and who is from India and who might even be from China, because we're finding in international women's movements that there's a bringing together of women who actually, we could call them elites or upper middle class, who have access to travel, who have the freedom and the education to contribute, and the freedom to travel, to be there, to be part of these movements. So I'm not sure that I would, all right, Annie Besant is a woman who's from Ireland. I'm not quite sure if you meant Andy. Do we put Annie Besant in the same category as, say, Sarojini Naidu? Even I would argue yes, although Annie Besant is older, but both of them have certain kinds of privilege that makes it possible for them to participate, I think, in the same world. And yeah, so the question about, do we need a new historiography? I think we already have people talking about what methods do we use to retrieve the people who are not in the archives. And so I think, there are many historians now who are sort of pushing the boundaries of who can be included. So one of you earlier quoted Ranajit Guha, and I think about, say, the whole subaltern collective, even though they didn't do as much on women as we would like, but some of the methods of reaching into subjects and topics and individuals who haven't been considered before. I think it's an ongoing process. And so we're finding people now writing research actually for subjects, for individuals or groups that don't have a written history, using oral history and their memories of the past and their memories of ancestors to try and retrieve those histories. So I think it would just be I look back at some of the students of E.P. Thompson working about working class history and thinking that we are still searching for these methods to reach and think of documents that can tell us about people who don't have conventional kind of records about their past. I'm not sure if that introduces or answers correctly. That's kind of my point on that. Are there other questions? Oh, sorry, it's hard. I'm looking around.
Is there any question from the floor?
I don't know if there's a question from anyone here. All right, Rick, yes.
I just wanted to make the observation and say that the comparison of hot chefs of the visual erasing of a female leader from the past, a female pharaoh, was very powerful. Would you speak to possibly why you think some males felt the need to hide the history of certain females? Not that they just weren't included, but sometimes that they were actually intentionally erased.
It's a difficult to answer, and I've read everything I can about Egypt and the erasure of Hatshepsut, and historians, and these are really archaeologist historians, don't agree. Some of them, put it to minor officials who just somehow actually want to erase her specifically so that it's not gender. And yet others argue when we look at these whole, sort of engraved lists of pharaohs, she seems to be the only one who got chiseled out. So I don't know enough about the field. I think what's interesting is now she's not erased because they have a mummy they believe is identified as hers. Now they've started to, I think, say that she probably died of some kind of, it was some kind of infection with a tooth or something, and perhaps that poisoned her entire body. And so maybe she disappears rather than she was overthrown. Maybe she dies. I mean, there are a lot of questions. I think what's very interesting to me is that now she is part of history. She's rescued, but we have other examples. I was going to say there are biblical records that so there's a certain earlier account where females are there, and then we get a later account that leaves out the names. And I think it becomes really, especially for me as a modern historian, to think about the way that we will trace back to why they are left out. Is it deliberately leaving out? In one case, I think it might just be translation from one language to another, and you translate what was a female name to a male name. I think it's very complicated. It seems to be, for me though, the overwhelming idea is that women didn't belong. So perhaps if I put the best, give it the most generous interpretation, that somebody copying this manuscript, because it's done by hand, thinks, oh, this is a mistake. There wasn't a woman there. The field though itself, this whole question about leaving out, omission and erasure is extremely interesting. I can't think right now of somebody who's, other than what I know is the debates about it rather than some conclusion about why and what happened. Sorry.
There is a question online from a student at Presidency. Yes. It says, what would you say about the hybrid position of feminist foremothers like Sharla Devi and others who were inhabiting and others that were inhabiting a position during the nationalist movement, knowing full well that once freedom was achieved, the nation would sort of sideline them and make them peripheral?
Okay, hybrid position meaning that they are both part of the independence movement, but both part of a British world. Is that
right?
Yeah, and you said Sarojini Naidu.
No, she mentioned Sharla Devi, and she's talking about that she was advocating for a nationalism that would sideline her when that nationalism or freedom was achieved.
I think it's really hard to think of her as being sidelined. Okay, in terms of she plays many of the things that, say, for example, that she was arguing for are achieved. For example, if we go back to with the whole argument about women should have the vote, Sarojini Naidu comes up with the argument that because we rock the cradle and we bring up children, the whole idea of women's social roles, women's biological roles, made them fit to be people who voted. So in other words, don't think of us as equals. At that time, Sharla Devi takes a stand that women should have the vote. This is back in the Congress when it was argued. She takes a stand that women are the equals of men. She goes for a radical kind of equality. They should have the vote. And this is the position she continues to hold. And then if we think of the Indian Constitution, it is her view of equality that actually makes it. So I'm not sure that I would think of her views as sidelined. I think she and Gandhi break, but there's a lot of things we don't know about that. I think it's Gandhi. Gandhi actually perhaps doesn't need her anymore, but also I think his close followers found her views on many things objectionable, but outside the Gandhian framework. Also, at the time her husband dies, when she returns though to Kolkata, after her husband's death, she takes a very active role in many things. I think it's her life is one in a way. I think of Annie Besant. It's hard sometimes for us to reconcile the many lives of Annie Besant, or at least it's hard for me. She's a nationalist, she's birth control, she comes to India, she's home rule, she's a theosophist. She goes through so many different lives. Charlotte Davy does also. She has so many lives, and I certainly can't. I'm not even capable. I'm not a good enough historian to know that much about her, have not researched her that much, to think about how we put together the younger Charlotte Davy with the older one. Certainly, we just talked about religion, politics, everything plays a role in her change, plus just life circumstances. Her marriage requires a great shift in her ideas. Later on, her widowhood requires a shift. Her break with Gandhi. I don't see her as necessarily leading, or of her, she continues to write about what she doesn't like about certain things. I mean, she objects to certain things, the direction of certain kinds of protests, because she does not see them as within a certain rational framework. So she is. I think many women of her time are in both. And if I could refer people to a fabulous article written by Padma Anagol about these feminists, early feminists in India, they, unlike certain men, they didn't completely reject British institutions. They often, played the game and used the institutions and the laws that they could towards their own ends. So I think that whole way of being, if we want to talk about it as being hybrid, was part of the times. I'm not sure if it's a really good question though. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take one last question from the floor if there is one. Otherwise, we will move on to the next session.
Oh, they've heard enough of me.
Thank you
Right.
very much.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Forbes.
That was a wonderful discussion, but we are sorry to inform that we don't have room for any more questions. Thanks to everyone. That marks the end of the first session of today's symposium. Now we go on a break of around 10 minutes. We will be back at 8:15 IST.
Bye.
Please, everyone, be back in 10 minutes. We would like the audience to stay and support our students from India.
We'll start at 8:15 sharp. I think.
And the students that presented, group 1 and 2, very well done. To group 2, don't be disheartened that you had some technical issues. That is just normal. You recovered well. Group 1, fantastic.
Yeah, thanks very much. They could hear you.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, we are ready to come back from break now. If OCC could turn on their camera and mic, that would be great. Welcome back to our conference titled Feminist Foremothers Resisting, Revising, and Reinventing the Margins, a PUTWU-OCCCU collaborative effort hosted by Aporia Literary Society. Without wasting any time, I would like to call on our next group of student panelists, Shreya Pal and Oishika Murmu from Presidency University have collaborated with Kat Munn, Sam Moore, and Iris Zoe from Onondaga Community College on a paper titled Annie Besant and Sarojini Naidu, The Furtherance of Female Prosperity.
Shreya, can you start the slideshow for us? Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Iris So, and I will be starting my group off. The focus of our presentation here today will be on Annie Besant and Sarojini Naidu, and the contribution of the two and how they go throughout their lifetime to impact the women's rights movement, and doing so through their literary works and activism, how they've each contributed to the furtherance of female prosperity. Next slide, please. So as the other groups have already given a more in-depth overview of Besant's life, we'll go over like a general overview of Besant and her journey with religion. And for starters, having married an Anglican priest at 19 and being raised with a religious upbringing, Annie Besant was of strong Anglican Christian-based faith. So this faith is one she'll end up questioning during her marriage and after having had a son and daughter. This is especially the case when her infant daughter falls ill and Besant loses confidence in divine benevolence. She at one point refuses to attend communion, and this results in her husband ordering her out of the home, legally separating them, and with him retaining custody of their son. And in 1874, Besant becomes an atheist and freethinker, joining the Secular Society, where she'll end up meeting Bradlaugh, and they'll go on to advocate together, with this time frame being especially important due to that. And this will be touched on again later in the next slide. Around 1887 to 1888, Besant meets Madame Blavatsky, the founder of the Philosophical Society, where she'll end up converting to Theosophy, this being rather shocking and disappointing to Bradlaugh and others from the Secular Society at the time. But though this wasn't actually a sudden switch for Besant, as she had grown disillusioned with her secular beliefs in atheism and socialism from right about 1886. For she believed neither was working successfully and instead was splitting up into warring sects with goals she believed to be selfish, this being the main reason why she starts looking into spiritualism. Now, unfortunately, in 1891, Madame Blavatsky ends up passing away, and the Philosophical Society was split into two branches. Besant will end up being president of one of these branches. And after all this, she'll end up studying Hindu ideas in India, specifically ideas fundamental to theosophy like that of karma and reincarnation. And though despite later on going to study these Hindu ideas, Besant was still primarily a philosophical faith. And through this timeline of her spiritual fluidity, Besant has been a great advocate for women, specifically the time frame of which she meets Charles Bradlaugh and joins the Secular Society, marking the beginning of her advocacy for women's rights. And this brings us to Kat, who will speak in further detail regarding Besant's advocacy during that time.
All right. As Iris mentioned in the previous slide, Besant's transition to atheism and joining the National Secular Society in 1874 is when she will go on to meet the Society's founder, Charles Bradlaugh, a leader of free thought and political activism in Britain. The two shared very similar views and quickly became close associates for the cause. From here, Besant's public career in advocacy for women's rights took off. Members of the Secular Society sought to remove the influence of the church from the government due to radical differences in ideals. Shortly after meeting Bradlaugh, she began writing for his journal, The National Reformer, which she co-edited for until 1887. She gave many lectures while working on The National Reformer, And her first public lecture, The Political Status of Women, criticized marriage, advocated for the emancipation of women, and revered the idea of controlling population through effective means of family planning. Next slide, please. In 1877, Annie Besant and Charles Bradlaugh republished Charles Knowlton's 1832, The Fruits of Philosophy, one of the earliest publications detailing contraception and the population problem. The two changed the subtitle of the pamphlet from The Private Companion of Young Married People to an essay on the population question, and incited controversial debate over the material. After dispensing several copies of the pamphlet to police departments, the magistrates, and other local official establishments, Besant and Bradlaugh sold hundreds of copies of the pamphlet outside the Free Thought Publishing House before eventually being arrested and tried under the Obscene Publications Act of 1857. Besant chose to represent herself with the guidance of Bradlaugh's understanding of the law, and it was already controversial enough having a woman stand trial for herself, as Victorian law had previously placed a wife's legal identity as that of her husband's. Throughout the trial, the two landed heavily on Malthusian ideology and its link to contraception, and Besant founded and served as secretary for the Malthusian League, which focused more intently on the writings of Thomas Malthus and his theories on overpopulation. The two were acquitted, though Besant lost custody of her daughter in 1879 due to her controversial and estranged views on atheism, socialism, and birth control. She was deemed unfit as a mother, and this only further fueled her belief in marriage reform. Besant wanted to continue work in the same vein as The Fruits of Philosophy, but began to see it as outdated, and the Malthusian League became a more effective, accepted, and modernized way to spread information on contraception. The prominent writings of Thomas Malthus influenced Besant due to the importance placed on reducing overpopulation through the use of preventative checks. While Malthus never advocated for birth control himself, as he regarded it as immoral, he did argue for late marriage or abstinence as possible solutions. Besant articulated through neo-Malthusian views the importance of contraception as one of these preventative checks against the threat of the population crisis and poverty by extension. The term neo-Malthusianism was coined to recognize and even be convinced of the analysis of Malthus, but reject his suggested cures in favor of birth control and effective family planning. It was around this time that news of a famine taking place in India made its way to Britain and into the ears of Besant. The famine was unparalleled in size, reaching roughly 5 million people. Besant saw the famine as proof of her Malthusian concerns of overpopulation leading to impoverishment. Of course, we now know that overpopulation isn't the only cause of such a famine, but nevertheless, Besant's urgency of the matter aided in bringing effective contraception and reproductive politics to India, while bringing attention to the question of poverty and overpopulation in both Britain and India. Now, Sam will shed more light on the effects of Besant's activism.
The photo to the right shows Annie Besant and the Match Girl strike. This is where she addressed the dangerous working conditions and unsuitably low wages at the Bryant and May Match Factory in 1888. Besant helped form the Match Girls Union, which resulted in the reinstatement of those fired in the strike and a victory in obtaining better working conditions and better pay after just 3 weeks. The photo to the left shows the first Asian Women Conference in January of 1931. Both Annie Besant and Sarah Jeannie Nadeau established this organization along with 43 other women, and its aim was to improve education and independence for Asian women while providing a platform for their voices to be heard. Next slide, please. This slide is about the Women's Indian Association, and this was a point in which the activism of Annie Besant and Sarah Jeannie Nadeau overlapped, and together they gave momentum to the fight for women's rights, which was otherwise stagnant. This organization was not only one of India's first major feminist groups, but it remains operational still today. The WIA was established in 1917 by a group of prominent women, including Annie Besant, Sarah Jeannie Nadeau, Margaret Cousins, Jenna Rahadasa, and others who shared passion in fighting for women's rights. The WIA's main focus was to reform the social system that oppressed women and hindered their progression. It laid a foundation upon which women fighting for freedom could stand and provide a platform for women to raise their voices against injustice. The WIA played a significant role in advancement of women's rights in India, and its legacy continues to inspire and guide us today. Its impact was felt not only in India, but around the world. The WIA's work towards equality and social justice remains a shining example of what can be achieved through collective action and determination. As we remember the history of the WIA, we are reminded of the importance of continuing the fight of gender equality and justice for women. Its contribution to the feminist movement remains a beacon of hope and inspiration for future generations to continue to build on the foundation that was laid before us to promote gender equality, and justice for women in our society. Now Ashika will take over on a brief history of Sarojini Naidu.
Sarojini Naidu, the prolific Indian activist, was born on 13 February 1879 in Hyderabad, India as Sarojini Chattopadhyay to Aghorinath Chattopadhyay and Boroda Sundari Devi. She was the eldest daughter of the family. Sarojini completed her school from Madras and for higher education, she went to King's College, London, followed by Girton College. During her stay in England, she came into acquaintance with Dr. Govindarajalu Naidu, a South Indian physician hailing from a non-Brahmin upper-class family. Sarojini took her first rebellious move at the age of 19 when she entered into an intercaste marriage with Dr. Naidu, smashing the orthodox norms of the society. Both were happily married and had 4 children. Sarojini was, I quote, a poet, feminist, and national leader. I'll now discuss her political career followed by her quest for women empowerment. One of the leading figures in India's fight for independence, Sarojini's journey began after she came back to India in 1905 in the wake of the Bengal partition. Her poetry, which often speaks of nationalism, was acknowledged by Gopal Krishna Gokhale, who advised her to use this form of art to rejuvenate the spirit of independence in the heart of villagers. However, meeting with Gandhi at London in 1914 was the foundational stone of her political life, as she was an ardent follower of Gandhi and his idea of Swaraj or Home Rule. She joined the Satyagraha movement and went to London as a part of All India Home Rule League as an exponent for India's freedom. For women, becoming a chief figure of a political organization was quite uncustomary these days. However, breaking the conventions, Annie Besant became the first woman president of Congress in 1917. Soon after, in 1925, Sarojini Naidu became the first Indian woman president of the Congress, and she clearly stated her ambition, I quote, to restore to India her true position as supreme mistress in her own home. It will be lovely, though difficult task through the coming year to set my mother's house in order. Sarojini led the women's movement next year, which ensured the nomination of women as members of legislatures. On the nationalist front, Naidu joined Gandhi's Salt March to protest against the monopoly by the British on the production of salt. Following the Quit India movement in 1942, Sarojini was imprisoned on many occasions. Once, she, along with Gandhi and his wife Kasturba, were locked inside the Aga Khan Palace where sickness and inactivity haunted them all. It was only a year later that she was set free. Sarojini Naidu's undaunted contribution to Indian independence made her the governor of the United Provinces in 1947. She was the first woman to have held the position of a governor in the Dominion of India. Sarojini always wanted women to have an equal and respectable place in society. At the 22nd Indian National Social Conference, she advocated education, shelter, and remarriage for the widows. Sarojini fought for women's voting rights and, along with Annie Besant and others, formed the Women's India Association in 1917. In the following year, she, with a few British associates, formed a magazine called Stree Dharma, which produced news from the perspective of women. Sarojini became the head of All India Women's Conference, AIWC, and worked towards reversing the orthodox and patriarchal customs involving them. She even fought for a distinct space for women in Congress as she concocted freedom with equality. With the help of Jahanana Shah Nawaz, Naidu and other feminist activists demanded equal political status for men and women. Sarojini was an exceptional orator, and she traveled to every state, city, and village to campaign for women's suffrage and other important issues concerning women. Thus, for her outstanding contribution to the field of women empowerment every year, India celebrates National Women's Day on Sarojini Naidu's birth anniversary. Now, Shreya will talk about the poet Sarojini Naidu.
Naidu was not only a remarkable politician and feminist, but also a widely celebrated poet. As we know, Naidu was given the title of Nightingale of India by Mahatma Gandhi for her remarkable lyrical and oratorial gifts. Not only is she one of the greatest poets in India, she also sang for the nation by speaking on behalf of the nation and holding up its struggle in various national and international organizations as the representative of Indian women and their suffering. Naidu recited her poetry as a part of her public speeches at various conferences. thus intentionally using her lyric poetry as a weapon in her political rhetoric. In December 1904, at the 18th session of Indian National Congress, Naidu recited an ode to India using her poem as a part of public speech to awaken patriotism in the masses. She also wrote various poems raising her voice against the suffering of women in her society. Her poem Sati depicts one of the most predominant evils in the Indian society back then, the Sati Dahan Pratha, where the newly widowed woman was burned alive with the corpse of her dead husband. Naidu's poem on the Hindu spring festival Vasant Panchami reflects the agony of widows who were not allowed to participate in the festivities and made outcasts by the society. This shows how women were practically treated as ghosts after the death of their husbands. Naidu used the examples of immortal women of Sanskrit legends to show the condition of women in India. She portrays the figure of Sita as a representative of feminine vengeance instead of a symbol of purity. Naidu believed that men must share equal rights and status with women to keep the world going on smoothly, lovingly, and intelligently. She expresses this sentiment in her speech. I quote, "Man ought to share with woman all his rights. He should remember the immutable principle that woman has equal rights with the man." Both Annie Besant and Sarojini Naidu were extremely passionate about providing educational opportunities to the women. In India, Annie Besant believed in the fundamental difference between Indian and Western women. In her first public speech, she expressed this difference in needs of the Western and the Indian women by advocating an independent life unrestricted by the home to Western women, whereas she emphasized homely life to be best suited for Indian women. She argued that Indian girls had needs for education that differed from the needs of Western girls and therefore required different curriculum from the Western education. She established educational centers for women such as Central Hindu Girls College in 1904 for the upper caste Indian girls and helped in the foundation of Banaras Hindu University in 1898. She was also involved in the educational process at a personal level. While studying science, Annie Besant taught science classes in the halls of science for 9 years. Sarojini Naidu also strived to give better lives to women, because of which she focused on their educational aspects. From 1915 to 1918, she toured the country to campaign for women's education. In 1918, Sarojini, with a few British associates, published a magazine called Stree Dharma under the Women's Indian Association, which produced news from the perspective of women. Annie Besant is an inspiration to women not only in India but throughout the world. She dedicated her life in service of a foreign country and strived to provide a better life to the women in India. Mr. N. Sriram, who was her secretary, wrote the following tribute. I quote, "Dr. Besant was nothing if she was not whole-hearted and whole-souled in all that she undertook. In every aim and every inner impulse, people were struck with the extraordinary magnetism that seemed to surround her, the brightest energy which seemed to leave her at the end of the day almost as fresh as at the beginning." Like Besant, Naidu went on to inspire Indian women for generations to come. She set a perfect picture of a free Indian woman, free from the shackles of deep rooted patriarchy, free from the confinements of the narrow walls of society, free from the conflict within a woman when she tries to express her individuality. Naidu, through her active participation in women's emancipation, in the freedom struggle, and through her poems, presented herself as a true nightingale, singing the songs of liberty at three levels: individual, social, and national. Thus, both Besant and Naidu are remarkable in the pages of history for their extraordinary contribution in women's liberation and freedom of the country. I would like to end this presentation with a poem by Sarojini Naidu. The Pardana Scene. Her life is a revolving dream of languid and sequestered ease. Her girdles and her fillets gleam like changing fires on sunset seas. Her raiment is like morning mist, shot opal, gold, and amethyst. From thieving light of eyes impure, from coveting sun or wind's caress, her days are guarded and secure behind her carven lattices, like jewels in a turbaned crest, like secrets in a lover's breast.
But though no hand unsanctioned dares unveil the mystery of her grace, time lifts the curtain unawares, and sorrow looks into her face. Who shall prevent the subtle years, or shield a woman's eyes from tears? That's all from our side. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much to the five student panelists for this very interesting presentation. The next group of student panelists are Shambhuddha Roy, Shuroshri Pal, and Monobendra Roy from Presidency University, partnering with Mason Cartwright and Al Yamam Nagi from Onondaga Community College and Bethany Robinson Banks from Texas Women's University on a paper titled Writing Herself Autobiographies, The Complexities of Writing About Herself, and Annie Besant's An Autobiography. Also, I might be pronouncing your name wrong, so feel free to correct me when you start. Over to them.
Hello, everyone. The title of our presentation is Writing Herself, Autobiographies, the Complexities of Writing About Herself, and Annie Besant's An Autobiography. Now I would hand it over to Shurosri.
Thank you. So, in Sorties, Helen Sixu argues that the couples of the hierarchized oppositions are couples in the sense that every opposition is related to the couple man and woman. With modernity, the couple of the public and the private became prominent. What follows such a divide is the couple of activity and passivity. By default, the woman in the patriarchal structure resorts to the space of the private, that is, the domestic, and to passivity. In such a situation, the woman's writing becomes a secret action. In The Laugh of Medusa, Sixu compares the secret action of writing in the patriarchal structure to masturbation. Since writing, thanks to the hierarchized coupling, became something of a high art, the woman had to write in secret, and the act of irresistible writing became analogous to attenuating the tension through masturbation in secret. The entire attempt is to bring out the complexities of writing as a process. Sixu notes down how history, art, and mind are coupled with nature, and inevitably, the woman is assigned the space of nature. That woman, traditionally, is seen as a reservoir of stories, oral narratives in particular, accentuates the divide where she becomes a cryptic epitome of nature, separated from the realm of culture, something that patriarchy assigns to the man. Similarly, the popular perception of women's autobiographies to be a translation of the memory strengthens the divide. Traditionally, she has to be limited within the passive domestic space, and the translation of that memory in narrative form allows the man to strongly assert the relevance of culture to be singular to him. Thus, what is required is to complicate the entire process of reading the woman's autobiography by analyzing the complexities of the writing process. Sixu, by comparing the desire to write to the autoerotic desire, suggests the distinctiveness of the woman's writing in terms of the singularity of her body. Writing through the body, in turn, dismantles the phallocentric tradition of confusing the history of writing with the history of reason. Therefore, the complex memory work in writing can reverberate the singularity of the female body. Since we are talking about the idea of memory work, the binary of speech and writing, something significant to the philosophy of Jacques Derrida becomes worth considering. Reading Rousseau's Confessions, Jacques Derrida finds that, in an attempt to settle the primacy of speech over writing, for speech bears the metaphysics of presence, Rousseau paradoxically valorizes speech. On one hand, Rousseau finds writing to be a destruction of presence and a disease of speech, and on the other hand, it promises the reappropriation of that of which speech allowed itself to be dispossessed. Thus, writing is a supplement, for it both supplants the presence and bears the very structures of speech. So, while reading the woman's autobiography, the challenge is to identify if memory bears the structures of writing. That is, how the supplementary writing of the woman's autobiography bears a trace of her singularity. It will be continued now by Bethany. Over to you, Bethany.
Thank you. While reading Annie Besant, an autobiography under the lens of the private and the public spheres, it is easy to see the difference in writing style used by Besant during the different stages of her life. When reading about Besant's early life, it seems as if the reader is perusing Besant's diary. The writing is very passionate, especially when speaking upon religion, her love of God, Christ, and her mother. The writing is reminiscent of the private sphere that she dwelled within as she studied under Miss Marryat. This stage of her life is sheltered, and she is blissfully unaware of the realities of life and its hardships as they pertain to herself. Miss Marryat takes Annie Besant and others in her charge around Europe to learn about different cultures, languages, and the arts, and also takes them along with her to care for the poor wherever they go. Annie Besant belongs to her mother and continues her studies alone, never knowing the woes of money until marrying Reverend Frank Besant. Annie Besant's writing style changes after her marriage, shifting from a passionate prose to a matter-of-fact feel as she struggles against her loneliness and the bitter realities of life. Besant continues changing her writing, using the aid of letters exchanged with her friend, Mr. D, to help the reader understand the shift from Christian wife to divorced non-believer. Upon leaving the private sphere of her home, Besant dives headlong into study, befriends Mr. Charles Bradlaugh, then chooses to weave her story together using segments of her pamphlets and writings for the National Reformer and other secular papers publishing her work. No longer forced within the private sphere, Besant breaks the barrier and steps into the public sphere, keeping a small private sphere, that of her daughter, hidden using a pen name of Ajax. Using her knowledge and wit to speak to all members of society and champion for secularism and brotherhood, because in her view, people should focus on bettering the world for all of mankind and for being happy now, rather than striving for the possibility of rewards of the afterlife. Besant's main focus here is that of her friend, Mr. Bradlaugh, and his hardships and struggles are placed above her own. For example, Besant begins to speak publicly to help spread the teachings of Bradlaugh and must use her own name rather than her pen name. Besant knows this will lead not only to her discovery, but for a battle to keep her daughter with her. However, she must speak the truth, and the truth will lead to a betterment for all of mankind, for she has always cared deeply for the poor. With the loss of her daughter, Annie Besant shatters all semblance of a private sphere and charges ever forward into the public sphere, refusing to back down or shirk away. As woes of the suffering poor begin to scream too loudly for her to ignore, she shifts from the secular Malthusianism role into the role of socialism, a different radical pursuit. Now she champions for the overworked and underpaid workers of the time, men, women, and children, forced to work in sweatshops for 12 hours a day at least, and still expected to purchase their own supplies. She organizes walks and prints special pieces in various journals, even going so far as to march on Trafalgar Square with different labor unions and socialist groups, not knowing that politicians and the police have set a trap for them that would lead to a massacre. Not to be deterred, Besant spends the rest of her days that week preparing the necessary bails and paperwork to free those who had marched with her and were arrested. She also fights to retrieve the body of a man killed in the square so his family may give him a proper burial. However, there is something missing for Besant, a lack of spiritualism, and this leads her to H.P. Blavatsky, and a new sphere to call home. Thank you, and I now pass this on to Mason. You're muted, Mason.
My name is Mason, and Yama and I will be discussing Annie Besant's purpose. Since all of us have the same anxieties, the same griefs, the same yearning hopes, the same passionate desire for knowledge, it may well be that the story of one may help all. Annie Besant prefaces her autobiography with this powerful statement, setting the stage for a compelling reflection of her life, as well as knowledge that she must share. Annie Besant's autobiography is not merely a declaration of her sovereign self, but as a guide intended to inspire and encourage change in others. One of the most profound chapters of her autobiography pertains to her belief in God, or lack thereof. Prior to her transition to theosophy, Besant refers to the idea of God as being unreasonable and absurd, stating that there simply is a lack of evidence to prove a conscious deity, such as the one proposed by Christianity. Naturally, this was a controversial and unpopular belief to hold. Besant's atheism challenged societal norms at the time and provides readers a comprehensive description disproving the idea of God. Further, Besant devotes a chapter to her passion for socialism, stating that after discovering socialism, all my life was turned towards the progress of the people, the helping of man, and it leaped forward to meet the stronger hope. Besant was particularly supportive of rate-supported meals for board school children, which resulted in an attack by Mr. W.P. Ball, who critiqued Besant for her socialistic tendencies. Yama will now continue with Annie Besant's political beliefs and her contributions to society.
So Annie mentioned that in her autobiography, she wasn't interested in politics. However, it started to change after she became a member of the Fabian Society that promotes for social democracy. And after she was elected president of the Theosophical Society, she became interested in politics and spirituality in India. Among the politicians that Annie Besant has been in contact with, Mahatma Gandhi was the most prominent. Gandhi was a leader of the Indian nationalist movement against the British rule. As part of the Indian National Congress, they met with the aim of ending the British rule in the country. As a group, they promoted and fought against caste discrimination and Indian nationalism. Gandhi also demanded Annie release after she was arrested for participating in the Home Rule movement. The approach they took to achieve their goals differed, even though both fought for India's freedom. Gandhi believed in the direct action approach, while Annie believed in the gradual development of India. Annie Besant had a significant impact on many people as a political, social, feminist, and educational activist. Through her speeches, she sought to help others and improve their lives. She believed strongly in the importance of justice and duty to society. The following are some of her contributions. She supported the Indian freedom movement and founded Benares Hindu University. She helped establish the Central Hindu School and the Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board. And as a feminist, she supported women's rights and fought and believed in various things, including birth control, worker rights, and freedom of thought. As a supporter of improving education for women, she also supported the Match-Girl Strike for better work conditions and pays in factories in 1888, after she published an article called Why Slavery in London in 1916. Also, she helped launch the Home Rule League, which was aimed at local solutions and issues in for the India's democracy. She was therefore elected as the first woman president of the Indian National Congress. Her previous positions included Speaker for the Fabian Society, the National Secular Society, and the Marxist Social Democratic Federation. Later, she served as the president of the Theosophical Society in 1907.
Okay, so now I would like to conclude our presentation. The basic idea of this presentation was to debunk a popular perception of identifying the women's autobiographies or women's storytelling in general with an ahistorical reservoir of oral narratives that exists from time immemorial. By doing that, women and her narratives are cryptically assigned a space of nature, waiting for some episteme. Annie Besant's autobiography upsets all such assumptions that a traditional woman's autobiography demands, be it the subsumption to the private sphere or anything. There are explicitly moments in her autobiography where she engages with the emerging public sphere. Moreover, she was an activist of the anti colonial resistance. All these upset the binarized categorization of the public and the private that patriarchy demands. In his early writings on nationalism, which founded the groundbreaking idea of nationalism as a derivative discourse, Partha Chatterjee talks about the material and spiritual divide upon which nationalism in Asia and Africa was predicated. In the chapters on the women's question and nationalism, in his Nation and Its Fragments, Partha Chatterjee argues how the women's autobiographies were confined to the spiritual domain, the material spiritual divide being accentuated by the Bahir Ghar divide. This is something that historians like Dipesh Chakraborty also talks about in Provincializing Europe. Chatterjee, in an extensive study of the women's autobiographies in India, categorizes the woman who engages with the public sphere as a woman left out in the patriarchal discourse, for she is by all means prevented from being a part of the new woman. Once we have this premise of reading the woman's autobiographies in a post-colonial setting, Annie Besant's position as a writer of autobiography becomes problematic, and her location in this endlessly categorized world is ambivalent. The private life and the public sphere gets confused for a woman who is not left out but revered. She explicitly engages with the question of religion and God, not just her private God, but details of her journey from Anglicanism to atheism and thereafter her disillusionment with atheism is well elucidated in her life narrative. And in each of these, she engages with the public life. Works of Charles Bradlaugh refers to philosophers like Spinoza, Leibniz, or political theorists like Tom Paine. The presentation is actually an attempt to capture all these complexities in her autobiography, the complexity of locating her autobiography within the traditional woman's autobiographies, which are less autobiographies and more memoirs. And in doing so, as has been discussed earlier, the question of writing through the body, as has been argued by French feminist philosophers like Hélène Cixous or Jacques Derrida's idea of supplementary reading, become worth considering. So this is the works cited list, the list of references, and that's all from our side. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot to this group of student panelists for their fantastic work. Next in line, we have Nilanjana Ghosh and Prantik Ali from Presidency University, collaborating with Sean S. Tierney and John Engler from Onondaga Community College on a paper titled The Many Faces or Phases of Besant, a look into her multifaceted rebelliousness. Again, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, I apologize. Please feel free to correct me when you start. Over to them.
Annie Besant was a strong willed woman in an authoritarian era. Journeying from the vicar's wife to a spiritual leader, Besant lived courageously and passionately. She brought attention to the working conditions of the poor, spoke out on radical issues such as women's rights, birth control, Indian nationalism, and the brotherhood of man. The common thread was her compulsion to end the world's suffering and to seek spiritual enlightenment. Now, Prantik will talk about Besant and India.
Right. So I'll begin with a quote that is attributed to Besant. She says, "It has always been somewhat of a grievance to me that I was born in London within the sound of Bow bells, when 3/4 of my blood and all my heart are Irish." When we consider Besant's condemnation of England as the epicenter of imperialism, we begin to notice an implicit effort on her part to base her persona around an abstract notion of piety, so as to facilitate her own assimilation in the cultural milieu of the colonized rather than the colonizer. It was with this imperative in mind that she actively distanced herself from her identity as a British woman. Besant's endorsement of Indian values might, therefore, be read as a concerted effort on her part to associate herself more organically with the Indian milieu by buying into the cultural signifiers one would typically equate with India. Here I have a picture of Besant. She is wearing a white sari. She also has the Rudraksha necklace around her neck, which is used in Hinduism as prayer beads. Moving on. In the early 1900s, whenever Besant traveled through India, her speeches would harp on the idea of the lost heritage of Hinduism, and by stressing the notion of a civilization lost to the ravages of British imperialism. With time, as she took a strong hold in the ranks of the Indian National Congress, her role as a woman politician became all the more interesting. So here was a white British woman, absolutely dominating politics in India. And in doing so, she was also subverting the cultural norm, which dictated that public spaces were to be the exclusive preserve of men. Her political career in England had already magnified her in the eyes of the Indian masses, and especially when they began hearing the already much revered intellectual delivering speeches that stressed that Indians were heir to a glorious lost heritage, they were collectively charmed by the politician Besant in a way that could perhaps only be matched by Gandhi in the coming years. Begin to see how Besant became an extremely bankable figure to the Indian National Congress, which was to be the first major epicenter of the nationalist movement in India against the British Raj. Through a consolidation of Hindu revivalist ideas, emancipatory politics, and social reforms, Besant was able to garner the active faith of the Indians in their motivations to secure independence from British rule. Donned in the garb of a saint, she had enormous appeal to the Indian populace, who began perceiving her as a messianic force come to lift them out of the darkness and turmoil that characterized life under British dominion. Besant's appropriation of Indianness would, however, prove to be controversial in that she had to refute allegations of cultural imperialism in her journey towards securing the label of the trailblazing politician that she was. In short, Besant, like all other women politicians, had to contend with the double-edged sword of being too visible in her appeal to the Indian sensibility, metamorphosing into the figure of the saint, a feminine parallel to the Mahatma himself. However, it is equally important to conceive of this backlash as stemming from the patriarchal notion of silencing and thereby effacing a woman politician from the stage of public decision-making, owing to the extent of her influence on the national ethos of the Indian population. Before reaching the shores of India in 1893, Besant had already dismantled the normative structure of the patriarchal bourgeois complex by her radical pronouncements on religion, her adoption of atheism, her divorce, advocacy of birth control, and her constant opposition to British dominion of colonized nations. It is easy to see how she came to embody the role of a social renegade, a radical politician, an incendiary feminist, and a dedicated champion of the freedom struggle, all of which are discussed in details by my teammates. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Sean, who's going to tell us about her role in the Home Rule movement.
So I'm Sean. I'm going to be talking about the Indian Home Rule League movement and Annie Besant's role as a leader in that. So kind of an overview of this. The Home Rule movement was created during World War I. The Government of Indian Act of 1909 fell short of demands, which is why they felt like there was some need for a national movement at that time. Bal Gangadhar Tilak was released from prison around 1914. And Annie Besant first came to India in 1893 and has been around to understand Indian politics. So, she's been able to understand and see the struggles they've been going through, and which is why she eventually wanted to do this. So what we see is Tilak created his Home Rule League in April of 1916, and then Annie Besant created her Home Rule League in September of 1916. She had a lot of areas of India where she worked around in and set up the league around there to help out. As we see a picture of Besant and Tilak at the bottom. Next slide, please. So Annie Besant's Home Rule movement, George Arundel was the organizing secretary, and there was also help from B.W. Wadia and C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer. This league set up discussions and lectures, and they would distribute pamphlets to people to educate about what they wanted to achieve with this movement. People who were affected by this league went on to become future leaders in politics for India, which I felt was very important because to become a self-governing country, you need people who can step up and become leaders and know the idea of politics for that. It created political awareness in Gujarat, Sindh, United Provinces, Orissa, and Bihar, which are just some of the examples that that created political awareness around India. Annie Besant is a theosophist who supported India and their fight for independence, which is why this was created. And we see at the bottom the picture of it's Wadia, Besant, and Arundel. Next slide, please. So eventually this Indian Home Rule League kind of came to an end. Annie Besant was arrested under the Defense of Indian Act, and at the time there were protests and riots going on. After reforms were created during this time, Annie Besant was rethinking about using the league, which this was like around 1918. At the height of the movement, the membership total of the leagues were around 40,000, which really showed the true support that they had and how much they were able to affect India as a whole. And in 1920, Gandhi eventually became the president of the league, and what we know is combined into what we know as the Indian National Congress. And then we would eventually see how Gandhi would affect India and the fight for independence and trying to fight for self-rule. And then I'm going to bring it to John for his part about Annie Besant and religion.
Hi, I'm John. I'm going to talk about Annie Besant's religious journey and how that ties into the rights she advocated for and what she believed in. So Annie Besant started off as a young woman strong in her faith, and she got married at 19 years old to a clergyman named Frank Besant. And that's where she began to question her faith because they disagreed heavily on political issues. And the relationship was very short-lived and ended up in divorce. Like I said, she did not attend communion. She was sent out of the house by her husband, and she began having doubts in her faith due to all the circumstances around her. Next slide, please. So Besant began to turn down her early religious teachings and begin to take on an atheist approach. She became a head figure of the atheist movement, which began gaining popularity about the 1870s, 1890s. She was inspired by her own underprivileged upbringing in abandoning God, and advocated that religion and the government politics was what was holding back women in society. In Besant's own words, "I know nothing about God, and therefore I do not believe in him or in it. What you tell me about your God is self-contradictory and is therefore incredible. I do not deny God, which is an unknown tongue to me. I do deny your God, who is an impossibility. I am without God." Next slide, please. So Besant began her journey of giving lectures and stepping into a more public sphere began when she attended the Old Street Hall of Science and met Charles Bradlaugh on August 9th, 1874. Just over 2 weeks later, due to Charles Bradlaugh and Besant figuring out that they believed in similar ideas, Besant gave a lecture called The Political Status of Women, which denounced religion for holding women back in society and keeping them secondary to men. Next slide, please. Besant and Bradlaugh became very trusted partners from here, and Besant allowed her to step more into a public sphere, gave her the groundwork to do so because it was very difficult to do for a woman around this time, especially with one that was publicly atheist. Together they republished Charles Knowlton's birth control pamphlet and The Fruits of Philosophy, advocating for women's rights to birth control and workers' rights. And they wrote many progressive themed pamphlets and books regarding similar issues. And on the topic of Annie Besant's advocacy for women's right for birth control, I'm going to pass it off to Nilanjana to speak more on the subject.
I'm Nilanjana, and I'm going to talk about Annie Besant's contribution to women's rights. One of her key contributions was her work on the issue of birth control and family planning. In an era when contraception was largely taboo and women had little control over their reproductive choices, Besant openly supported the use of contraception and advocated for its widespread availability. She believed that women should have the right to control their own bodies and make informed choices about their reproductive health. Besant's bold stance on this issue was met with fierce opposition from conservative elements in society, but she remained steadfast in her advocacy, often facing legal and social repercussions for her views. Her support for the establishment of the Matchmakers Union, which aimed to improve the working conditions and rights of women employed in the matchmaking industry, is also noteworthy. During her time, matchmaking was a labor intensive industry, with women predominantly employed in hazardous and exploitative working conditions. The matchmaking process involved dipping matchsticks into toxic chemicals, which often led to serious health issues such as phossy jaw, a condition caused by exposure to white phosphorus. Workers, particularly women, faced low wages, long working hours, and lack of basic safety measures, resulting in severe health problems and exploitation. In 1888, Besant came across the dismal conditions of matchmaking workers in East London and was deeply moved by their plight. She took up the cause and founded the Matchmakers Union, also known as the Bryant and May Match Girls Union, along with labor leader Herbert Burrows. The union aimed to bring together matchmaking workers and advocate for their rights, including better wages, improved working conditions, and an end to the use of white phosphorus in match production. Her efforts with the Matchmakers Union were groundbreaking. She led strikes, organized protests, and used her platform to raise awareness about the deplorable working conditions of the workers. Through her powerful speeches and writings, she brought public attention to the exploitation faced by women in the industry, and her efforts led to significant reforms. One of the notable achievements of the Matchmakers Union was the successful strike led by Besant in 1888, known as the Match Girls Strike. Thousands of matchmaking workers, primarily women, went on strike, demanding better pay and improved working conditions. The strike gained widespread support from the public and the media, and eventually, the management of Bryant and May, a major match manufacturer, conceded to the workers' demands, resulting in improved wages and safer working conditions. Furthermore, the success of the Matchmakers Union and the Match Girls strike inspired other workers, particularly women, to organize and demand their rights. In the next slide, we see a photo of the phossy jaw disease, which was caused by the phosphorus in the matchmaking industry. Besant was also a vocal advocate for women's suffrage or the right to vote. She believed that women's participation in politics was essential for achieving gender equality, and she actively campaigned for women's suffrage in Britain and India, where she later and became deeply involved in the Indian independence movement. Besant founded the Women's Freedom League in 1894, which aimed to secure women's voting rights and push for other women's rights reforms. She also co-founded the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies, which advocated for women's suffrage through peaceful and non-violent means. Her inclusive feminism aimed to create a more just and equitable society for all women, regardless of their background or identity. Her feminism was not without controversy, and her outspoken views often faced criticism and backlash. She faced legal battles, social ostracism, and even imprisonment for her activism. However, she remained resilient in her pursuit of gender equality and continued to speak up for women's rights until her death in 1933. Besant's legacy as a feminist icon continues to inspire generations of feminists to work towards achieving gender equality and social justice. Now, I would like to invite Sean to give us a quick overview of whatever we discussed so far.
So some takeaways from our presentation today. Besant distanced herself from her Britishness in order to tap into the Indian nationalist movement, going on to influence it immensely. She had helped launch the Home Rule movement in India with Bal Gangadhar Tilak, which was one of the pioneering stages of the Indian national movement. Besant was an avowed atheist in her personal life, questioning the efficacy of God and the material lives of men and women. She had also made a mark as a rebellious feminist, advocating for birth control, women's right to vote, as well as by unionizing female workers in the labor industry. Thank you for your time, and that's our presentation.
Thank you to the team of student panelists for this wonderful presentation. With that, we finish the second session of today's conference.
Hello everyone, this is Bodhishan speaking from Apodia. So before we go on today's break for this session, I would like to ask the professors or the audience if they have any questions or comments for the 5 student panels that we have had so far. Over to you.
May I say something? I'm Professor Banerjee.
Sure,
The
ma'am, go
senior.
on.
Yes. I just wanted to say congratulations to OCC and presidency students for, bridging the geographical, sort of the spatial barrier and doing such wonderful sessions together. This shows that there's hope for the future. We should make it an annual event. And this was a very well thought out program. So congratulations to all of you. I don't know how you sort of synced so well with each other and complemented each other's comments. I don't have any questions. I was just amazed at this synergy which sort of worked across 10,000 miles, which is amazing. I'm just hoping Calcutta University students will also do well with Texas Women's University. So my request to all of you is please stay back after your break. Please come back. You're going to have some lovely sessions even after that. So please come back and cheer everyone that is participating in this.
Thank you very much. I think Professor Forbes has a question.
Yes, and this is to anybody who worked on this. Listening to these presentations, I began to think about Swami Vivekananda. And I know that Annie Besant was at the World Parliament of Religions in 1893 and heard Swami Vivekananda's presentation on Hinduism, which was electrifying to, I think, the introduction of Hinduism to the world. I wonder if any of you, I don't know really anything beyond that about Besant and Vivekananda. And I'm wondering if any of you actually, read or saw anything about her relationship with him or her contact with him in India, also with Sister Nivedita. So could anyone say anything about that? Okay. The question arose because of thinking of so much of what Vivekananda talked about seems to be things that she, at least in India, that she also talks about. So I'm wondering if anyone came across any reference to their meeting, their impact, his impact on her, or impact on him. This is what I was curious about. No?
No, Jerry, we have not actually delved into that at all. We were looking at it from the other end, although beyond just that they met at the Congress, I too have not found any material, but it might be a good avenue for original research for students in the future.
Did you guys in the audience have any questions?
Yes,
Brian. Brian, did you have a question, Professor Baylor?
Hello, I'm trying to unmute. I think I finally succeeded. I just wanted to say thank you to all of the student presenters so far. I've been learning so much, a bit beyond her name. I knew very little about Besant and her work at all, and so I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, I must be one of the organizers.
Okay, thanks very much to everybody. We're going to be convening back. If there's not any other questions, we're going to be convening back. We've got a bit of a break. We may try to start the session if the organizers in India are happy with it about 5 minutes early, about it at the 12:10 our time. We have food arriving before then, so that's the reason that we need this gap, and people need a bit of a break as well. But thank you again to all the excellent papers, the great collaboration. It's wonderful to see. I do think that it's experiences like this, where one does a research in a symposium or study abroad or some sort of type of active learning, that's something that's going to stay with students for many years to come. And it's wonderful to see global cross collaboration in such a way. And thanks to the professors and all the students for all your hard work.
Thank you very much. So we're going on a break till 9:40 IST. I would request everyone to stick around after the break for the next guest lectures and the student presentations that are due. Thank you very much.
Please, online audience, return. We have maintained an over 50 strength of audience. Please return to cheer on the next group of American and Indian collaborators. Rick, are you speaking to us? Because you are muted.
We were doing a camera test because I moved it to show you guys the larger audience. I just want to make sure it was in the right position.
Okay. Okay.
We're still keeping our fingers crossed on our pizza order. We may have to start. We'll see how that goes, but we'll let you know. Thank you.
Our students here are all envious because they heard the word pizza. So suddenly, after you guys went offline, we got sort of emojis showing people crying on this end of the world saying they're getting pizza. So I've had to promise a dinner.
Sorry about that, but I guarantee your Indian food's better than our pizza. But I know variety is always a good thing, right?
Yeah. I've promised them a dinner.
Very nice. Okay.
Hello everyone, we are ready to come back from the break now. If OCC could turn their camera on, that would be great.
Oishani, just wait for a minute. I don't think they're hearing us.
Okay, ma'am.
They're trying to present.
Yeah, something is going on. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be starting in just a couple minutes if you guys don't mind. We still got people getting pizza. We do have pizza, but we just give people maybe 2 more minutes and they'll be back in their seats if that's okay. Thank you.
That's fine. We were supposed to start from 9:45 anyway, so we can wait a couple more minutes. And we can just share the meeting link once more so that everybody knows that we're beginning again.
So the sign-up sheet for this session is going around, so please, even if you sign up for earlier sessions, you don't really have to put your email. You don't want to, just your name. The reason sometimes you ask for email is in case your name is not legible, then your professor might be able to figure it out with your email. Please make sure you put your professor.
Weird timing, right? Weird timing. And they've got them, right?
Sorry.
Okay. Are they on and they can see that? Okay. How
Can I just confirm that you guys can see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Yes.
You can, and you can also see me as well. Is that correct?
Yep. We can see.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay. So again, my name is Dr. Rick McLean. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you guys. I'll let you guys announce the commencing of the session if that's what you'd like to do, and then we'll get started.
Yeah, Oishani?
Welcome back to our conference, Feminist Foremothers, Resisting, Revising, and Reinventing the Margins, a PU, TWU, OCC, CU collaborative effort hosted by Aporia Literary Society. Now we are moving to one of the most exciting phases of the symposium. We have 2 of our guest speakers deliver their lectures back to back. First, we have Dr. Rick McLean. Professor Rick McLean earned his first master's degree from Louisiana State University in European history, his second and third in history with an emphasis on Britain and the history of medicine and occupational health from University of Exeter in England. He taught at Exeter and for the University of Plymouth before earning his PhD in history from Exeter. His primary research is on 19th century British history and on the global history of sexuality. He has written a textbook on the latter topic. He has presented at various conferences, including Oxford University. He also served as the chair of the OCC Faculty Association. He is a leader in study abroad, taking students to more than a dozen countries in Latin America, India, the Caribbean, and Canada. Professor McLean has titled his today's lecture, Emma Lynn Franklin Show's Letters, Define Patriarchy in Early 20th Century Rural Louisiana. Over to you, Professor.
Okay, thank you for that very generous introduction. And let me just make sure that my screen is sharing and that you guys can see the presentation. Oops. Let's see what's going on. Okay, can I confirm that you guys can see it online?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be with you today and to be part of such an interesting collaborative effort. So again, today I'm talking about Emily Shows, or Emily Franklin Shows. Franklin was her maiden name, and looking at her letters and her original writings, but also combining those, as Professor Forbes alluded to in her introductory lecture, that there's a lot of different ways that historians are trying to discover what happened in the past and discuss things such as the foremothers of ourselves. So this is Emily as a girl when she was about 5 years old in rural southwestern Louisiana, and this is her many years later, as you can see on the right. So I'm just gonna open up this music and play just like one line of it to let you know what this sounds like. For those of you who are in India, you probably never heard this. Many of you in the United States might not have either. It is a work that I entitled Precious Memories, and it's based on roughly 45 pages of handwritten history that my grandmother wrote about her life in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. And so I entitled it Precious Memories. So this is a song that we often sang in the church that we grew up in, which was called the Primitive Baptists. I'll explain that just a little bit later. It doesn't mean cavemen, it means original Baptists. But this is a brief bit of that particular song. Okay, so I'll add a little bit of humor to this. My sister may be watching this either live or later on, but as we were kids, if we're going to be talking about issues of women being able to do things or not be able to do things, in the particular denomination I grew up in, women could not lead singing. That was against the rules. Women couldn't lead prayer, they couldn't be ministers, they couldn't be deacons. But my sister and I would be brought up at the front when we were little kids, and we would constantly be trying to get the older generation to speed up a little bit. You can imagine that mournful sound was something that as kids we didn't necessarily like, but I thought it was important to give you a taste of what that felt like. So Sally Macmillan in Southern Women, Blacks and Whites in the Old South has a couple of quotations that I wanted to read to you. It says, "Most women, wherever they lived and whatever their race and class, worked hard and devoted themselves to their families and communities. Farm women have been slighted because few records of their lives exist. Unrealistic portrayals in novels and movies have clouded an accurate assessment of Southern women's contributions, sacrifices, hardships, joys, and most importantly, their individual experiences. Understanding women's lives has become easier as scholars have turned their attention to uncovering their history by examining rich personal records and varied sources. The majority of Southern women lived out their lives in relative obscurity, working hard and devoting themselves to kin and family, yet their life experiences proved fascinating and instructive." I think that one thing that this will do, my disclaimer is again that this was my grandmother's writings. As a historian with my degrees, we're always taught to try to be as objective as possible, to try to remove our own biases from our particular writings or lectures. In this case, I have to just admit it, right? Because she's my grandmother. I loved her. She was an amazing part of my life and very, very formative to my upbringing. I'm not sure I'd be a historian today if it weren't for her. When I was a kid, I'd lay in bed with her at night and she would tell me stories of her childhood. And I found those very, very fascinating. And I think that's one reason that I love history today. Part of what happened with women in the past that were poor or working class was that few had the time or the inclination to share their thoughts in writing. Okay, so this is something unique that we've got her writings, but also that I'm able to combine my own knowledge of her with interviewing or conducting oral histories from quite a few different family members And yes, that's me, the little blonde kid. It's been a couple of years ago, and me with my grandmother at the lake, and that's me at the top right as well. So I was very, very close to her. My sister and I were the only two that shared her religious beliefs. The rest of her grandchildren were other denominations, so we got to know her very, very well. These are some handwritten notes that were produced in 1977. And she talks about being born in 1917 in rural southwestern Louisiana to a farming family. And some of the parts of their life were a mixture of American middle-class farming, but probably the lower end of the middle class. Life was tough. They had to work very, very hard. She talks about her experiences growing up there. And she talks about the fact that the different things that they farmed, the way their life was conducted, things like when the creek by their house flooded, it flooded the farmyard and her father had to take the piglets and save them from drowning, for example. But she also talks about her experiences in the Primitive Baptist Church and attending an associational meeting. So this was sort of like a regional conference of the Primitive Baptists. In this case, they took limbs from brush trees and built an arbor, and they held their services outside. And as you can tell from that particular example of singing I gave you, they sang unaccompanied. So no pianos, musical instruments were allowed in the church service. I thought this last bit, if you look at this bottom right excerpt, I thought this was quite powerful when I read this. It says, "It's been a lot happening in the past. I've been going through all my old records. I hope some of my children will copy some and keep some records of this." So if we think about our lives, most of you in this room are quite young. Eventually age gets to us, right? None of us leave this world without passing away. But she left this record wanting people to think about her particular life in this particular generation. Macmillan says within the South, women's lives could be starkly different. Scholars have engaged in efforts to reveal the variety of the Southern experience for Black and white women, depending on where they lived. Women's experiences were diverse. Race, class, legal status, marital condition, and family composition had a profound effect on their daily lives. Okay. Hopefully you guys know that Louisiana's, most of you in India know, you've heard of New Orleans. Louisiana's in the deep South. It's where the Mississippi River empties into the Gulf of Mexico. Again, I've got an arrow pointing to where she was raised or born, Maryville, Louisiana, very, very near the Texas border. Okay, a poor area and sparsely settled until quite late. Again, that river on the left is dividing Texas and Louisiana, so you can see that. Just wanted to give you some of those impressions from a professional mapping source, but I also thought it was kind of fun that I went back and I found my grandmother's original maps trying to explain what her particular area looked like. Some of the things were quite interesting. The one that I found most interesting is that if you're trying to understand the South during this particular period, there's a massive sawmill in the town of Maryville. It's the main employer. But if you notice here, she says a Black cemetery. Okay, so this refers to the segregation that took place in the South during this particular period where whites and Blacks were not buried together. She gives other things as well that I don't have time to go into, but she talks about where her house was located and other things of that nature also. So this was the parish seat or the county seat, as we would call it in New York State. Louisiana was a French colony, and so therefore Spanish as well at one point, but we go by the name parishes instead of counties. And not long before she was born, they built the courthouse and also the local jail. These are probably the most impressive structures that existed there. Just a very, very brief look, actually done by Hispanic artists, of rural life in this particular area of Louisiana. Okay. Now, as far as her proto-feminist dispensation, I was looking for examples of that. On one hand, many of the ways that she acted and lived out her life were very much based on Southern female traditional roles. On the other hand, she broke with some of those. I thought that this was interesting where she talks about the fact that her brothers are too scared to help her dad harvest the honey. Okay, so buying sugar could be expensive. They could raise their own bees and collect their own honey on the farm. And she said, I would go out and collect the honey with dad. My brothers were chicken, okay, but I went and did it. So I think that what sometimes was traditionally referred to as a tomboy mentality was manifesting itself in this particular trait. Additionally, collecting things like rich ladder pine, which was a very, very heavy interior wood of the pine tree, highly flammable, that you could use to start fires, or as they would use it to fuel the syrup making process, where they would take sugar cane and turn it into syrup. Also, in regards to her life, I thought this was quite touching, but also, showing the trials that she went through. She said that her older sister, who had had a very high fever when she was a child and had been, her brain had been affected by this, could get violent, and that she would hit her mother. The older sister would hit her mother, and sometimes she would also be hit herself. She says in this particular excerpt, at times I thought my sister was going to literally pull the hair out of my mother's head. And she said my mom would never, hit her back or do anything to her to discipline her. Eventually, unfortunately, she has to be sent away to a state-run institution because they simply just could not handle her any longer. Some of the history behind this as well is this was her high school, which was built in 1919. And she talks about the high school as part of her education. Unfortunately, she was never able to finish high school. She's married and moves away to live with my grandfather. But this high school was still instrumental. One thing that shows her separation from her mother could read, but she said her mother could not write, okay? So her generation was better educated. She's able to read and write and to pursue more advanced things for her life, and also to encourage her daughters and granddaughters to pursue education as well. Life on the farm in rural southwestern Louisiana and also in central Louisiana, where she would move to, involved picking cotton. Now, we may have a lot of stereotypes about slavery in the Old South. We have to remember that many people, by this time, obviously slavery is over with, but sharecropping still continues among Black sharecroppers during this period. But many working class white people led very, very intense lives of work on these farms picking cotton. I want you guys to listen to this. If you ever feel like you have to work too hard. My grandmother said when she got married, my great-grandfather, who owned 220 acres of land, they picked the cotton once for him. They picked the cotton a second time, meaning any last little fibers that were left, a second time for another brother and his wife. And my grandmother and grandfather got the third picking. That meant of those cotton bolls, if there were just a couple little fibers left, they went through and picked those, like 60 acres, like the entire OCC campus, enough to get enough cotton to make their mattress. That's a lot of work, isn't it? Mm-hmm. A tremendous amount of work to produce that. So Macmillan says women spent their days experiencing both joys and hardships and making sacrifices that are difficult to fathom today. A South of magnolias, mansions, and courtly men was real for only the tiniest minority of white women. Okay, so I think that's important for us to remember when we're thinking about what their life would have been like. Now, my great-grandfather, 220 acres sounds like a lot. He was a member of the county legislature, which I'll address in just a second, but they still did not have any workers to hire. They had to do all the work. And if any of the men got sick, that meant the women just had to do even more work. So this is Emily not long after she got married. I wanted to share this one with you. She got married in 1935 in the middle of the Great Depression. Times were particularly hard, but she said this, I'll never forget this as a child. She said, when you first get married, you love your man so much you wish you could eat him, but after 6 months, you wish you had. Okay, so I think for those of the ladies in the room that sometimes have to put up with men, might be true for a lesbian or gay relationship as well. But in other words, that intense love that can be produced by emotion, but also lust, can sometimes turn into something quite different. And I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second as well. Where did they move? She moved 130 miles away. Now, I think the other remarkable thing that she told me, talking about life-changing, is that she and my grandfather never kissed before they got married. Okay, now maybe in India that might not be quite as much of a surprise for those people that might be used to arranged marriages in rural areas today or traditional Indian society, but in the West that seems quite shocking, doesn't it? I think they'd met 2 times before they got married, and their romance blossomed through writing letters back and forth to each other. So again, the parish is Wynn Parish, and you can see the arrow where they moved to Verda. Now this was 130 miles down a dirt or gravel road that was very windy. It could be seen as much as moving to California from New York State today, simply because of the difficulty in travel between those particular areas. Top left is my my grandfather's grandfather who fought in the Civil War. Okay, in the middle was my great grandparents, Albert's parents, and again, this would have been the early 1900s, and you can see my grandfather is the baby. He's the youngest in that particular picture, and that's my grandfather on the right when he was in school. His parents are below there. This is a picture of their house. You can't see the full house. It was quite a big house by the standards of the day, but still pretty simplistic. It's got wood shingles, for example. It had a big open hall down the middle for ventilation, and they would often hold church there before they built their own church building. The cute little girl on the left with her shirt off, maybe defining some gender roles herself, as my mom. So that was a couple of years ago. And then to the right, you can see my grandfather was the second from the left on the basketball team from the high school that I would later go to as well. So my grandmother, Emily, makes that transition to North Louisiana. In that transition, she was leaving all of her family and friends behind, moving to live with my grandfather and his family. This was not always easy. She encountered many difficulties along the way, and some of those I'll address later. Her father's at the top left, and I thought I would include this. In Louisiana, they built a charity hospital system where you could be treated freely, and her father ends up getting cancer and having to go to New Orleans and be treated there. She ends up nursing him to his death of a painful death of cancer. She did also break away from some of the gendered stereotypes for women in the area. She learned how to drive. Now that may not seem anything major to us today, but none of the other women in her age group, or very, very few, knew how to drive. Men did the driving. It was usually one car or one truck, and she was able to get a job outside of the home, away from the farm, first as a custodial worker and then working for a local university and a hospital. She could earn her own money for the first time. I always thought it was funny when I was a kid because they had separate bank accounts. She had her money and my grandfather had his money. This was an Opel Kadett. It's an example of the car that she was able to buy. So she finally has her own wheels as well. Now this one, disclaimer for those people who don't like seeing dead animals, maybe don't look very long at this, but this is my grandmother who's gone deer hunting and she's killed her deer, okay? This is also her hunting license. It may seem strange, but my point in regards to this is that hunting, killing deer in particular, or many animals, was considered a male occupation. She again broke with that gender stereotype to go hunting. That's my grandparents fishing. They often found a release from their hard labors on the farm by getting away to the lake to go fishing. Again, for poor people in those days, any sort of government assistance could be looked down upon in their group. So to be able to get your own meat, to catch your own fish, was food that could supply you and your family with much needed nutrition. Okay. This is a picture of Emily by one of their barns where she's helping saddle a horse for her grandchildren to go horseback riding. In addition to that, in an age before the modern funeral home or embalming, she would help with family or friends that had died. I know in India this may seem quite strange because that's something that's often associated with the Dalit class. It was considered an emotional and touching thing to be able to take care of those people that you loved and to send them to their rest, washed, dressed, and ready for their funeral. So this is obviously many years later. This is my grandmother and grandfather, and then some scenes from the Primitive Baptist Church as well. I wanted to let you listen to one other short excerpt, something that would have been closer to what we would have sounded like when I was a kid growing up. Okay, so that's an example again of the a cappella singing. What were the primitive Baptists about? Now, we've talked about some doubts about religion in some of the groups today. Theirs was an interesting combination. It sounds very sort of old-fashioned and maybe not of our times. One thing that is sort of appealing is they believed that almost everybody was going to heaven. Didn't matter if you were Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, Christian. If you had good in your heart, it was a manifestation that God was in you. So that was rather progressive. You can see my grandmother's signature here. She was the secretary of the clerk of two different primitive Baptist churches. And what was it all about? It was very, very simplistic, as you can imagine. No stained glass windows, no icons, no crosses. Everything had to be based on what they saw as the New Testament model for their faith. You can see my grandmother is down here, is listed as the church clerk, and she took minutes for that particular body. And that was, again, one of the only ways that a woman could exercise leadership was to be either a treasurer or a church clerk. So my mom on the left, my grandfather, they're doing construction projects. She often helped out with construction or maintenance or raking leaves or gardening at the church. Which men would also do, but interestingly, the women also had to prepare the meals. Very, very seldom did the men help out with the meals. Okay. Macmillan says women were well conditioned to accept their inferior position, reading about it in the Bible, poems, essays, and novels, and hearing it professed in sermons and public pronouncements. Men's duty was to protect women, and women were to accept their secondary dependent status. Women spent their days experiencing both joys and hardships and making sacrifices that are difficult to fathom. Okay, let's skip on with that. This is an example of where they would grow the sugarcane, crush it on the mill that was my great-grandfather's from the 1880s. Originally would have been turned by horse, by this time by tractor, and cook the juice and make delicious homemade syrup. My grandparents were very devoted to their family and to their friends. This was something that they definitely cherished very, very much. Emily excelled also in crocheting and quilting. She made every grandchild, I think every great-grandchild, and there were a lot of them, their own quilts and their own Afghans. Okay, Albert had passed away a few years earlier, but in 1998, Emily passes away as well. This picture was taken just a few weeks before she died. Okay. I want to talk about, though, the aspects. If you're doing oral history can help out if you're interviewing the people around a particular subject. And the reason for that is that people like Emily did not always want to tell the full story. Okay. This is the harder bit that I need to address. This is not the eulogy, right? Okay, the eulogy, you only say nice things, okay? In fact, their early marriage revealed gender inequalities. On rare occasions, my grandfather could get too drunk, okay? And he could be violent towards my grandmother. At one point, his own father had to call and have him arrested. He actually stabbed my grandmother with a knife in her leg. Yeah, so it wasn't even just a hit. It was more violent than that, okay? This was when he was a young man. It doesn't give him an excuse for that. Alcohol's not an excuse for it either, but it just goes to show that even though they lived together over 60 years and loved each other very much, that there were very dark sides to their relationship that could manifest themselves. What might be my conclusion about that? This could have been about him trying to maintain his position as head of the family. He believed that he was the one who had the right to speak and give instruction, and it was not his wife's place to disagree with him in public. Okay? Now, it's easy for us to look at this and think, wow, that is so messed up and so bad. Unfortunately, young boys were taught at a young age that this is not stabbing your wife, right? But the fact that you should not let your wife contradict you in public was taught as a gender norm. So conflicts between patriarchy and proto-feminist power not only caused Emily problems, but their eldest daughter, Dorothy, also experienced her father's displeasure. One time she had to flee for her life. She went to the sister and brother of my brother-in-law of my grandmother, or my grandfather, and they said, you can't even stay here. They were afraid of him. So she had to flee to other neighbors and hide. So this just goes to show that this didn't happen often, but when it did happen, it was certainly of note and probably terrifying to the women that had to experience it. Now, how does this relate to feminism or proto-feminism? I remember hearing older women in the family, or I should say my aunts, say, Mom wasn't always so sweet-tempered when she was younger. Sometimes she would mouth off. What does mouth off mean? It means don't just take what your man's telling you, right? Okay. So I think that's an important way in which she was distinguishing herself. Okay. This is a sad point, but when one member of the family felt like that they could not afford any more kids, her husband was out of work, she gave herself an abortion with a coat hanger. That was something I'm sure that my grandmother did not approve of. On the other hand, neither did she ostracize her. She continued to love and support her. Remember that at this point in age, abortions were illegal, right? And there were very, very few effective ways to prevent pregnancy. When some of her female descendants got pregnant before wedlock, again, she probably didn't approve of that either. She'd been taught that that was morally wrong, but she loved them anyway and did support them. I just wanted to give you a little bit of visualization from the 1930s to reinforce the issue over racism. I don't know if you can see, but if you look at the river here, the black faces, you can note the characterizations, the very negative stereotypes of racism that existed during this particular point. And again, this was popularly accepted. This wasn't just some fringe group at that particular point. Emily doesn't acknowledge she does acknowledge it. She does acknowledge in her writings, which I thought was interesting that she brought this up. She acknowledged some racism. She said there were people in our area that were composed of African descent, Hispanic descent, and Indian descent. And she talks about they were nicknamed red bone people. And she said we weren't always very nice to the red bone people that lived in Maryville. So I thought that was good that she admitted that, but also she leaves off other very important facets. Some of them are dark ones that I wish I didn't have to acknowledge, but I have to. Her father-in-law was a member of the Ku Klux Klan. That's the one that was a county legislator, right? Now, whether or not he really wanted to belong, I don't know. I don't know his personal opinions on this. In that particular age, maybe to get elected to public office, maybe that was expected. It was a racist organization, and she doesn't talk about that. So I think it's important to keep in mind that writings can be leaving out important issues. She also doesn't address that they were devout supporters of this guy, Huey Long, every man a king. He was a populist. Some people would name him a socialist today. He came from our parish, from Wynn Parish. The saying on that was that her mother-in-law thought so much of Huey Long because he did so much for poor people that she said on the third day, like Jesus, he would rise from the dead. Okay, that was a big statement for traditional Christians in that particular era. My grandmother and her husband supported him. The men in the family and their wives that were Shouses supported him. The women had married other men. They did not like him. It's kind of like the Trump divide that we have today. People were of very different opinions. Renri claims in regards to their character, and I'm going to mention this very briefly. You may know the Marlon Brando movie, The Streetcar Named Desire, which was set in New Orleans. in reference to this, he talks about the character Blanche. This is the sister-in-law. He says, the value of the existence of Southern lady is to please men. Under such education, all of her beautiful manners and speech are value orientated to please men. Being dependent on men has become a Southern lady's instinct, a deep-rooted value, and an inescapable fate. So in conclusion, Emily was caught between the demands to be such a Southern lady, the need to work the land and to tend the house, take care of kids, and the growing movement for women's rights. Okay, so she made some bold steps towards liberation that it would empower her daughters and also her granddaughters and now great-granddaughters. Emily Franklin Shouse has become rescued, I hope, from obscurity to become a historical subject who we might add to the list of foremothers. Okay. That's a conclusion of my paper. Thank you very much.
We cannot thank Dr. MacLean enough for his intricately researched and extremely nuanced lecture that is sure to open up a lot of avenues in terms of intellectual engagement. I'm sure people in our audience have comments and questions for Dr. MacLean, which I'll ask them to hold till the end of this session. Next up, we have our final speaker of the night, Dr. Brian Feller.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I wanted to say good morning, good afternoon, and good night, because it is still just a little bit before noon here where I am. And I know it's probably getting late in the evening for our friends in Kolkata. Thank you to everybody who's been working so hard to bring us together from all these various corners of the globe. And let me just start to share my presentation. Okay. Let me see. Okay. I'm going to be talking mostly about women who became orators. And by that, I mean women who became public speakers. I study the history of rhetoric, which in many ways is a history of speeches and speech making. And we find that throughout the history of rhetoric, when women began to participate in rhetorical activities, they typically began as writers rather than speakers. And why is that? There's some reasons for that, right? And I bet you could think of some of those reasons. For one thing, in so many places, to some degree at least, women were confined to home, right? They were confined to the home place where they did have an opportunity to write and to share their writings, sometimes under an assumed name, sometimes under a pseudonym, sometimes even under a man's sounding name. It was only later that women had more of an opportunity not only to share their ideas through writing, but also to take up space, literal body space, on a stage, on an oratorical stage. And that vision of the woman's body actually being in front of an audience was, still something fairly new, in terms of public discourse. Let's look at, here we go. I want to think about, let me see, I'm going to start here with this slide. Promiscuity and promiscuous audiences. Okay, that's where we'll start. Because when we talk about women addressing audiences, the big problem lots of traditional people had, a big problem lots of men had, was when a woman spoke to a mixed audience. In many cases, it was okay for a woman to speak to a group of women only, but when a woman spoke to a mixed audience, it became a problem. Here you see on your screen, you see a Greek statue of Aristotle. And when we think about a speaker, when we think about an orator throughout so many centuries of history in the Western world, more or less, this is what you're going to see. A white male, right? So those are the two primary barriers for some of the women that we're going to be talking about today. The first barrier being race, because several of the women we'll discuss are Black women, and sex, because they're all women. Oratorical performance and democracy, or at least personal and communal liberty, are so symbiotically linked as to be in many ways one and the same thing. After all, what is democracy without free-flowing debate and exchange of ideas? Oratory can also extend and expand democracy and contribute to its better health, as we will see in just a moment, with several courageous women who stepped onto the oratorical stage, their words full of challenge for their hearers and their hearts set on change. The oratorical stage is both a reality and a metaphor. A reality because sometimes it really is a stage, a dais or a platform or an open space, often appointed with a podium at the front of a seated audience, as those of you at OCC are experiencing right now. Some of the women we'll consider stood on just such stages, one for the first time ever in the United States, another under the threat of violence and death. But stages are metaphorical too, and they might be a grassy field under a tent, as at a religious revival, so many of which took place in the countryside all around the United States throughout the 19th century and early 20th century, and including especially those parts of Western New York, not far from our OCC friends, that was called the Burnt Out District. So much fire and brimstone was extolled there. Or an oratorical stage, as we might see, might even be a saloon. One of our orators was known for charging into those male sanctums, hatchet in hand, words of the evils of drink on her tongue. Long before these women took up their causes, their Bibles, their pens, their voices, even their hatchets, long before they were born, even, the great systematizer of rhetoric and oratory, none other than Aristotle himself, who you see there on your screen, divided oratory into three kinds: deliberative oratory, that is speeches dealing with questions of future policy, the kinds of things that you'll see in Congress or in a parliament. Or there might be judicial. That's the kind of oratory you see in a courtroom, and it considers questions of the past fact, while deliberative considers questions of the future, whether we should or shouldn't do something. And the third kind, a strange word, epideictic, but it also simply means ceremonial. Initially meant ceremonial, things like praise or blame, eulogies, for example. But it might, to these days, we consider ceremonial to be just about every kind of rhetoric that isn't deliberative or judicial. Anything that doesn't fall into those neat categories. What we're doing right now, all of us here together, pretty much would fall into the category of epideictic. We might also think of it as something like we would hear in our country on the 4th of July, political speeches, virtues of the country, or our Indian friends might hear on August 15th. The women here considered blended, as most rhetorical performers do, these three oratorical categories. Their words were sometimes judicial, often deliberative, pretty much always epidictic, and shot through each of their rhetorical performances, always with exhortation. Exhortation. Not so much a category like those other three categories, but a quality of them all, a potential quality. Exhortation refers to a speech or a rhetorical act that asks its audience to do something, to act, to make change, to make a change. The mere fact that these women and so many others did in fact do that, did in fact take up the oratorical stage, did exhort, is in itself extraordinary. The fact that so many women, starting especially in the US in the 19th century, did so and spoke on the most controversial and dangerous topics of their day was enormously brave and unprecedented. Because they were women, and because some of them were Black, meant that the stage had simply never before been available to them. When Aristotle categorized rhetoric in ancient Greek, women orators there were certainly not on his mind, and most women of Greece of his day barely even stepped outside of their homes. Some exceptions to the customary ban on women speaking developed over the centuries, some exceptions, principally in the cases of women who were teachers in classrooms of girls, or women who were speaking to only women, say at women's clubs. And I teach at Texas Women's University, where many women were what we would call today professors and faculty early on, in much higher numbers than they would have been at other colleges and universities around the country, simply because in those days the student body was entirely made up of women. And yet, even at a woman's college like mine, in those early days, while women did make up many members of the faculty, women were not in those days ever the president of the school or even a dean. Because increasingly women attended oratorical events, political debates, as well as lectures of topics of all kinds, those mixed audiences were labeled, and here's the word you see on your screen, promiscuous. Promiscuous, from the Latin word meaning simply to mix, to mix. Promiscuous meant if you were a woman and if you were speaking to a mixed audience, that audience was promiscuous. The term was never kindly meant. Always in its usage was at least the hint of being indiscriminate or without standards. In a telling and fascinating rhetorical shift, though, the term promiscuous was transposed from the mixed audience to the woman herself, to the woman doing the speaking. It was not a long journey from there, unfortunately, to associating the promiscuous orator, this woman, with other indiscriminate behaviors, to such things as sexual wantonness and licentiousness, which of course the meaning of the word promiscuous still holds for us today. All these ancient and tenacious prejudices the women here mentioned had to overcome as they each, in their own way, took up and walked up onto the oratorical stage. The first one up, the first one we'll consider, the very first that we know of, the very first woman we know of to formally address a formally gathered audience in the United States was the woman Mariah Stewart. That this first woman to do so was a Black woman is even more extraordinary at a time when enslavement was still legal and practiced in half the country. And it was on behalf of those enslaved people that she spoke. Stewart was a writer, a lecturer, an abolitionist who is best known today, as I mentioned, for being the first American woman to publicly address a mixed-gendered, promiscuous audience. Keep in mind that during this time, it was illegal for enslaved persons in the South to even learn how to read or write. Stewart was born after the American Republic was born in 1803 in the era of the early Republic and in Hartford, Connecticut, a free state. In those days of poor medical care and poor sanitation, and often wildly unsafe workplaces, orphans were much more common in our country and around the globe. And Stewart was orphaned at an early age and sent to live with a nearby white family. With this white family, she lived as a child, not a servant of any kind, and she was educated alongside the family's children. Stewart later moved to Boston, not too far from Hartford, to Boston, America's hub of abolition, and worked as a domestic servant there, really the only avenue of work available to a Black woman, even in a free state like Massachusetts, even in an abolition city like Boston, was domestic labor, and she worked as a domestic servant while becoming involved in the abolition movement. She eventually began as well to use her writings. Again, she used her writings first and gained a reputation as a writer before the more traditional avenue for a woman, before becoming herself an orator. It was in 1831 that Stewart gave her first public address at Franklin Hall in Boston on the topic of education and its importance for Black Americans and their liberation. Her speeches, as you might imagine, were met with admiration as well as criticism from many observers, with some lauding her as a talented and courageous speaker and others denouncing her for speaking out of turn as a woman and as a person of color. Her very presence, her very body was both a vehicle for inspiration and for criticism. Despite this opposition, Stewart continued to speak out against racism and oppression, particularly in the context of the intersectionality of race and gender. And she became particularly well known for her fiery critiques of colonization, a movement in the country at the time that advocated for the repatriation of free Black Americans to Africa. Stewart argued that this solution was not adequate, was not a solution at all, as Black people, such as her family, had been in America for generations, even longer than many white families, and that her family had been free for generations. Today, Mariah W. Stewart is recognized as a pioneering figure in the struggle for racial equality in America. And there you see a taste of her oratory, a taste of her oratory. This was not from the Franklin Hall speech, but from one the next year. Like King Minnie, as you will see as we go through these women orators, many drew upon the Bible as a frame of reference and a source of authority. And we see that certainly starting with the very first one, Mariah Stewart, when she says, like King Solomon, who put neither nail nor hammer to the temple, yet received the praise, so also have the white Americans gained themselves a name, like the names of the great men that are in the earth, whilst in reality we have been the principal foundation and support. We meaning Black Americans. We have pursued the shadow, they have obtained the substance, we have performed the labor, they have received the profits, we have planted the vines, they have eaten the fruit of them. Next, Stuart blazed a trail that other monumentally courageous women were eager to follow, and if she made waves, even tidal waves, as a Black woman speaking publicly and speaking to mixed audiences, another pair would very soon unsettle the calm waters of their privileged world in the South. These sisters that you see on the screen, Sarah and Angelina Grimke. Angelina is on the left, Sarah is on the right. They were daughters of one of the first families of the South, whose rich parents and extended family owned plantations around South Carolina and a row of stately mansions in historic Charleston. The labor, of course, that kept the plantations and mansions running was produced and had been produced from the start by enslaved persons. Eventually, the sisters could no longer, in good conscience, live the life of enslavers. In 1829, they moved to Philadelphia, where they became involved in the Quaker community, a religious community known for its liberal attitudes in many ways, including race relations and including women's right to speak and to be equal members of the congregations. They became involved in the Quaker community and began their abolitionist work. Together, they wrote and gave speeches condemning slavery and advocating for its immediate abolition. Of the two, Angelina, as I said on the left, was the more noted speaker, and Sarah, the celebrated writer. Sarah, by the way, was the elder. Sarah, the celebrated writer of the widely read pamphlet, An Appeal to the Christian Women of the South, in which she called on Southern women to reject slavery. Sarah's appeal consists of a few key arguments, including that slavery goes against the Declaration of Independence, therefore it has no legal basis. She also appeals against slavery on religious ground, saying that slavery is contrary to the spirit of the New Testament, to Hebrew law, and especially to the teachings of Christ. Finally, she makes a human appeal, saying that slavery was immoral, unethical. As a result of their work, the sisters, as you might imagine, were reviled in the South, threatened many times with lynching and death, and as a result, they never returned to South Carolina, where they would have certainly been unwelcome, even by their own family. Like many abolitionists, including Maria Stewart before them and Sojourner Truth after them, the sisters became known not just for their abolition work, but for their criticisms of the restrictions placed on women in society. They argued that women should have the same rights and opportunities as men, including the right to an education, the right to own property, and the right to vote. Now, if you will, imagine a scene. Imagine a scene. Lectures were an enormously popular pastime in the 19th century. Any town of any size had a lecture hall, and in 1838, Philadelphia had built a grand new one called Pennsylvania Hall. There, attending its inaugural abolition conference, Angelina Grimke took the stage. She was famous by then, infamous and famous. Remember, even in the North, many white citizens, not just students, did not support abolition. And an angry crowd gathered around Pennsylvania Hall. The doors were bolted, and as Angelina started to speak, the crowd outside began shouting, throwing stones at the building, and threatening violence. And there you see her quotation. I won't read this one, but you can see that the notes within the brackets are editorial notes of what's happening outside as the crowd grows more and more angry. And you can see Angelina changes her speech on the spot to address that angry crowd directly. The very next day, fortunately, when the conference was not yet in session for the day, the angry crowd burned the new hall to the ground. Pennsylvania Hall was destroyed. Next. And speaking of abolition, do our students at OCC happen to know when slavery was fully abolished in that state? It was well before the Civil War, well before 1865. In 1827, slavery in all its forms officially came to an end in New York State, and on the significant and purposefully selected date of July 4th. That means that one of the most important women orators in U.S. history, the woman you see on your screen, Sojourner Truth, originally named Isabella, was born into slavery, was born herself enslaved in 1797, and she remained enslaved until she walked away from her enslaver's farm 1 year before New York State was set to emancipate all slaves. She had walked away in 1826 because she could not wait any longer on the arbitrary laws of the white man. Because of the laws that forbade enslaved persons from learning to read or write, Sojourner, as she later named herself, she gave herself the name you see on the screen. Sojourner, meaning traveler, and truth. We know what that means. She was a journey woman and a traveler for truth, a truth teller. She never learned those skills. She never learned to read and write. Having been born and spending her childhood in a Dutch section of New York, though, Sojourner's first language was Dutch, and she learned to speak English only later in her childhood. Illiteracy did not prevent Sojourner Truth from claiming her voice, though, not at all. Most famous today for her speech, Ain't I a Woman?, delivered at the Ohio Women's Rights Convention in 1851. Truth had already, by then, for decades, been famous in some circles, notorious in others. In fact, she gained attention and notoriety when she sued her former enslaver and rapist for custody of the son they shared and which he had sold because he was angry that she walked away from the farm. The sale of the boy was illegal according to New York laws, and the boy, to make matters worse, was sold to the deepest South in Alabama. Truth was the first woman in this country to win a court custody case of that kind. It is those sorts of actions, such as walking away from the farm and declaring her freedom and suing for the custody and return of her son, that represent what we call rhetorical activities. Sometimes marginalized, disenfranchised, and minoritized people have no access at all to the oratorical stage or to publishing venues, and rhetorical activities, that is, purposeful, motivated actions meant to bring change, can be as powerful, even more so, often, than a well-delivered speech. Truth was a change maker both in rhetorical activities and in speeches, yet because of her illiteracy and disenfranchised status, her message was vulnerable to being packaged and presented by others, by more privileged people. Such is the case even with her most famous speech, Ain't I a Woman? Take a look when you get a chance. We won't click on the link now, but take a look when you get a chance at the Sojourner Truth Project. There you can compare two versions of her most famous speech, and we're pretty sure now that the words "Ain't I a Woman" didn't even appear in the speech. It was an invention of a reporter on the scene, a well-meaning reporter to be sure, but a reporter who wanted to cast Sojourner Truth in a certain sort of lower status. Okay. We'll end here. We'll end our discussion with a woman whose singular and notorious rhetorical activities catapulted her to national fame, a fame she parlayed into a nationwide speaking career on the topics of temperance and later of women's rights. Carrie Nation, often referred, and her name initially was spelled C-A-R-R-I-E. And she later started to call herself Carrie, C-A-R-R-Y, and added the middle initial A to give herself the name To Carry a Nation. She saw herself as such a great prophetess that on her own shoulders, she would carry the country into a new, dry, non-alcoholic era in which women had greater rights, greater freedom, and greater safety. Carrie Nation was a radical member of the temperance movement, and the temperance movement were a group of people who wanted to abolish the sale and production of alcohol in the country, which of course would, not too long after Carrie's death, become reality when prohibition became the law of the land. She was born on November 25th, 1846 in Girard County, Kentucky. She was born to an eccentric slave-holding family. Mental illness ran throughout this family. Nation lived a relatively quiet life until in 1890, when she was in her 40s, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision that weakened the prohibition, the anti-drinking laws of Kansas, where she was by then living. She'd lived for Texas in a while. She'd become married. She was in Kansas. Later, she divorced a couple of times before moving around. Before that time, Nation had founded a Kansas delegation of the Women's Christian Temperance Union, the national body of which she was the most powerful force. Nation also worked as what she called a jail evangelist. She would go to the jails where she assumed most of the inmates were because of alcohol-related crimes and evangelize to them. Nation believed that alcohol was ruining the lives of women and children, and thus she responded with the moral conviction that the damage wrought by saloons and drink was so great that she or anyone could and should destroy those places with impunity. Alone or accompanied by him singing women, Nation marched into saloons and smashed the bar fixtures and the booze bottles with tools of various kinds, eventually a hatchet. Eventually her hatchet became so famous, she sold miniature ones through a mail order catalog. Nation was jailed many times, but she paid her fines from lecture fees, and with the support of her many, many, many devoted followers, her hatchetation period, as she called it, hatchetation period, was brief, but brought her national attention. She was, for a time, much in demand as a temperance lecturer. And here you see a few words from one of her speeches. She also railed against fraternal orders. She didn't like Masonic order. She didn't like Freemasons. She opposed tobacco, foreign foods, strangely. She wouldn't have liked the idea of food. I'm sorry. Corsets, skirts of improper length, and any kind of pornographic art. And she also argued for women's suffrage. She believed that only when women gained the right to vote would the vices of men be swept away. Carrie Nation began her temperance work in Medicine Lodge by starting a local branch of the WCTU and campaigning for the Kansas ban of liquor. That ban, by the way, would become the model that the rest of the country would follow when prohibition became the law of the land. Nation did not live long enough to see that happen, did not see prohibition come into force in 1920 with the 18th Amendment. She would have been delighted to see it. She would have been less pleased, certainly, when the amendment was repealed in 1933. One suspects that had she been alive then, she would have once again taken up her beloved pastime, her beloved rhetorical activity of hatchetation. These oratorical women shared much. They shared a worldview in which women could take up the oratorical stage and by doing so make change by advocating particularly for a woman's right to vote, for a new era for the country, for finally seeing the Constitution applied as they hoped it would be, not just to white men, not just to property owners, but to Black citizens, to women as well, and in their day and in various ways took up their own oratorical stages, whether literal or whether metaphorical. Okay, thank you very much. That's it. Let me see if I can stop sharing. Oh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Feller, for just making the course of the conference take a more interesting turn with your highly enriching yet almost engaging lecture. For those of us who don't know about Brian Feller's works, he is a professor of English at Texas Women's University, where he teaches graduate seminars in history of rhetoric and undergraduate courses in writing and American literature. His work has appeared in Rhetoric Review, Rhetoric Society Quarterly, Literature and Belief, and elsewhere. He holds a PhD in English from Texas Christian University and is a lifelong member of the Rhetoric Society of America. Now I will be opening the floor for the audience to place their questions and comments. You can unmute yourself.
Poonam's best friend.
That's right. Lifetime member of Rhetorical Society of America, lifelong best friends of Dr. Porter Banerjee. My apologies for I was so excited to speak. I didn't wait for you to read my introduction. I just launched right into it. So I thank you for remembering to read the introduction at the end. We'll call it an extraduction.
No problem, Professor, it's fine. So now I'll be opening the floor for the audience and the professors for their questions and comments. You can unmute yourself or type out your questions that we'll be reading. Please mention your name and affiliation, as well as who you're placing your questions and comments for.
I think Professor Forbes has a question. Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Okay. My question is, in the statements that you presented, they all seem to, your four subjects seem to see God was on their side. Yes. I wanted you to speak a little bit about their own, I know you mentioned the Grimke sisters were Quakers. I know Sojourner Truth has her own relationship with God. So could you speak about religion and say the faith of these women or the connections institutionally that would make them think that God was on their side?
Yes, absolutely. In each of these cases, and this was very common in all the social movements of the era that women took up, whether it be abolition, whether it be temperance, whether it be women's rights, whether it be anti-tobacco, in each instance, more or less in each instance, what the women looked for first was some kind of biblical textual authority that backed up their case. This happened almost certainly because the ones who were educated had been educated in religious settings, in settings that primarily focused women's education on moral and religious issues, and that is the basis of their education. For their brothers, if they were well off, like the Grimke's, their brothers' education would have been centered in say the classics, right? That would have been centered in the classics. But for young women of the era, certainly religion played an enormous part in their education, primarily because women were to be seen as the mothers of the country, as the pious backbones of the family, as the ones who really kept the family in religious dedication and religious devotion, the keepers of that devotion. It's not a long sort of journey when your education is primarily religion and when your first source of authority is about a kind of religious inspiration to also become a kind of religious zeal. And we certainly see that with all of these women. We see a zeal, a prophet type of mentality, that they are speaking on behalf of God to bring others to God, even when they're not specifically speaking about a religious topic. If they're speaking about anti-drinking, if they're speaking about anti-smoking, they still saw it as a religious mission to purify the country and to bring whoever was hearing them not just to a place of no longer drinking, but also to a closer relationship and a closer understanding of God. And all of these women, by the way, of course, that I looked at were Protestant women. There's a dark underbelly to this religious zeal, of course, too, which resulted in an anti-Catholicism, for example, which resulted in my part of the country, especially in anti-Mexican sentiments, anti-Catholic and anti-Mexican sentiments. So the zeal inspired them, the zeal moved them to action, but there was this other element of the zeal, which is often the case, right, with zealousy of any kind, that inspired to act, but also disinclined to engage other opinions or see other sides. When Dr. Forbes spoke this morning in her talk and spoke about thinking of foremothers as whole people, right? As flawed people, as well as inspirational figures. And then Dr. McLean took up that theme with his own grandmother. We see that in all of these women as well. Certainly with someone like Carrie Nation and others, flawed elements as well as the inspirational.
Any more questions? Okay, if we have none, thank you, Dr. Failer. We will move on to two other student panels. I will ask the students to take over for introductions and going on to the collaboration between Texas Women's University and Calcutta University.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second.
Calcutta University, is Gurleen here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Welcome back to the fourth and final session of our conference, Feminist Foremothers, Resisting Revival.
I think she's having some technical issues. I can just start. I'll call upon the names of the next group of student presenters. We have Jaya Singhania, Gurleen Kaur, Jagathatri Gupta, and Mritika Guha from Calcutta University, pairing up with Sabrina Miller from Texas Women University to present a paper titled Exploring the Genesis of Intersectional Feminism, Transcending Times and Borders in the Life and Works of Begum Ruqayya and Bell Hooks. If you could start.
Hello, everybody. As mentioned, we are here to present our research paper titled Exploring the Genesis of Intersexual Feminism, Transcending Times and Borders in the Life and Works of Begum Ruqayya and Bell Hooks. To begin with, I would like to say feminism has many definitions depending on who you ask. However, but when we do speak about intersexual feminism, we are essentially examining how sexism, racism, classism, and xenophobia intersect and form a system of oppression. Women's history, irrespective of caste, class, race, ethnicity, sect, or religion, is intertwined with questions of feminism and agency. Women's social status during the 19th and 20th centuries was shaped by their own indigenous cultures as well as the colonizers' invasive culture. Ruqayya Begum and Bell Hooks both are extraordinary women who worked for the emancipation of others in social location like theirs. Their contribution to their own communities is of immense importance, but at the same time, they are also significant role models for the rest of the world. Despite coming from two different sides of the globe, both share analogous visions of women's future, where they will be free, intellectually sound, and capable of claiming their rightful positions in the society. Born in 1880 in a zamindar family in Parabond, Ruqayya lived a caged life under the watchful eye of her parents. She grew up in an orthodox environment that only allowed English lessons for the men of the family and reserved Arabic lessons for the women so that they could read the Holy Quran. Footing on these ideas of justice and equity, Ruqayya used radical, liberal, and Marxist feminist ideas to explain exploitation by the patriarchy. Begum Ruqayya, as an instrumental feminist thinker, urged that economic empowerment with education can pave the way for social justice and capability development. Begum Ruqayya could never agree with the so-called male interpretation of women's roles and position within the family and society, as she strongly believed that the existing family inequality does not rest on any ideological or biological theories of women's inferiority, but it is the outcome of specific social institutions designed to restrain her power. Ruqayya neither blindly followed what Eurocentrism preached at the time, nor obediently followed prejudiced Muslim values. She dreamt of a free nation where women of color will have freedom and enjoy equal rights as men. Ruqayya founded the Islamic Women's Organization in 1916, which is regarded as her greatest contribution to uplift the status of women. Her organization offered financial as well as educational support to downtrodden women. Ruqayya did not believe in any disparity or difference of discipline when it came to male and female education and sought women's access invariably to all branches of knowledge. For her own institution, the Shekhawat Memorial Girls High School, she had formulated a curriculum that included physical education, handicrafts, cooking, nursing, home economics, and gardening, in addition to the regular courses. Being the first female advocate of women's rights in the Indian subcontinent, Begum Ruqayya left a visible imprint on the records of history in support of women's liberation in the South Asian society. In her 52 years of life, where she was born and raised behind a parda, she made sure to shine above and beyond it, quite figuratively and literally. I would like Jaya Singhania to take over the presentation now.
Thank you, Gurleen. The colonial era of feminist discourse in India was mostly a nationalist response to imperialism. It was eventually integrated into nationalist agenda, which was predominantly Hindu in nature, thereby marginalizing other communities such as the Muslims. Studies on Indian women in colonial society have tended to focus on Bengali Bhadra Mahila since the region was an epicenter of women's reform activities. The Bengali Muslim women lived in a hyper masculine Muslim society and were therefore too backward or traditional to have displayed any kind of feminist consciousness to be given place in archives. The 19th century saw the Renaissance in Bengal, which influenced the lives of Hindus but was non existent among Bengali Muslims. Bengali Hindus exploited Western education to propel their advancement and get jobs in higher positions, such as the clergy, but the Bengali Muslims were hesitant to take use of it. Muslim women in Bengal were denied education. They were to receive some kind of basic schooling at home, and their movement were limited to the four walls of their houses. The voices of Bengali Muslim women appeared invisible in late 19th and earlier 20th century historical discourse. Muslim women were kept within the boundaries of their patriarchal households, and their voices were stifled after becoming objectified and ossified symbols of community honor. For generations, Muslim women in Bengal region have lived in isolation. This seclusion allowed an opportunity to establish patriarchal rule and avoid the issue of male supremacy. The British educational system and institutions drew Muslim elites in the 20th century, but they did not address women empowerment. Despite patriarchal intrigues and the exclusion of Muslim women from colonial Bengal's historiography, there were some women who took advantage of the new opportunity and demonstrated considerable feminist consciousness despite their assumed passivity and invisibility. Begum Ruqayya is regarded as one of the prominent and pioneering spirit in the subject of Muslim women's emancipation in Bengal. She was interested in social issues in addition to writing about women's independence. Ruqayya founded the Shekhawat Memorial Girls' School in Calcutta in 1911, which is still in operation. As well as she founded the Anjuman-e Khawateen, an organization dedicated to the upliftment of society's impoverished women. Ruqayya's activism was centered on promoting female education. The social environment in British India was so opposed to female education that Sayyid Ahmad Khan did not dare to include it in his formidable push for Muslims' education, fearing that it would impede the ultimate goal of their growth. But Ruqayya did not give up. She fought tenaciously for female education, defined the social norm and restriction that existed between women and the dominant intellectual culture. Next, I would like Jagadatri Gupta to continue.
Ruqayya imagined a feminist utopia through her literary works that focused on gender equality and pictured a world without patriarchal oppression and gender binaries. In Sultana's Dream, Ruqayya takes us through an imagined ladyland where women seem to have access to public spaces without being restricted by social and religious contempt, an unthinkable reality during those times. Through the eyes of the protagonist, the story constantly reminds the reader of the social and religious customs plaguing the emancipation of women. In a world dominated by men, Sultana's Dream challenges the system of patriarchy and exposes double standards of men in the society, and as a feminist utopia, offers no space for male domination and oppression, questioning narrowly the violence and discrimination perpetuated through the category of gender. Sultana's Dream is an epitome of resistance and provides women with a lesson on self determination and worth. Poddarag is both a powerful reflection of male oppression and a celebration of Ruqayya's faith in a universalist society where women reject the diktat of a tyrannical patriarchal society in favor of a life devoted to improving their status. Through the image of Tarini Bhavan, Ruqayya has tried to create an impression on the minds of the readers that a society, state, and above all, the whole world should be an ideal place so that everyone can live in peace and harmony, breaking all forms of barriers, especially the barrier of gender discrimination. Encompassing the life of the heroine, Siddhika, who evolutes from a solitary, secretive, and melancholy young girl to a competent, self-assured woman ready to face the future, Ruqayya Hussain focuses on formal education and teaching crafts to get economic freedom and self-dependence. Sultana's Dream and Podorag reveal Ruqayya Begum's brand of feminism, her creativity, and the focus of her intellectual moorings. Ruqayya Begum, with her utopia, has made the way to awaken women from their confined world, and in her endeavors, she appears as a blazing corner to us. I would now like to hand over the platform to Mritika Guha.
Thank you, Jagadhatri. The image of Rokeya that has been primarily constructed is more of an educationist than a fierce challenger of patriarchal norms. In most Western feminist literary studies, Euro American metropolitan feminism participated in the construction of cultural hegemonies and largely excluded many non Western feminist writers from the conversation. This chakraborty's feedback as the continuing subalternization of third world material by Western feminist criticisms. What set Rokia apart from many of her contemporaries and predecessors was that it was her who challenged the entire patriarchal edifice as a whole for the first time. Rokia was the first to highlight the prevailing Manichaean dichotomy between the binary of gender. They were each antagonistic to the other, their interests conflicting. Their relationship is always hierarchical, that of a master and a slave. Rokia writes, one hears that the slave trade has been abolished, but are we, that is, women, free of slavery? When there was no civilization nor social ties, women did not face this amount of absence of freedom. We are like household pets or valuable property. Man is lord and master. He has taken to himself all powers and privileges and shut up the women in the zanana. Places of learning like the Sakhawat Memorial Girls' School, founded by Rokeya, not only enlightened women academically, but in time led to the eventual end of women's seclusion by providing a ground for shared spaces and intercommunal interactions. However, these interactions offer glimpses of the complex and often vexed linkages, stereotyping of Muslims as backward. There was a clear reflection of the challenges faced by Muslim women in the arena of mass education, dominated at that time by Hindus and Christians. Rokeya, at the inception of the 20th century in Bengal, stood alone in her mission in the intersection of a plethora of vulnerabilities. Rokeya's marginalization was multifactorial. In addition to being a woman, she was marginalized for being a Muslim, as as a whole in British India were underprivileged in relation to the colonizer as well as to other religious communities. As a Muslim, she belonged to the outranked community of Bengali Muslims, most of who had converted to Islam from Hinduism, their conversion facilitated by the fact that they were oppressed. Even in Rokea's school, most girls were originally from the northern part of India. As Rokea's close associate, Mamlukul Fatima Khanum stated, the girls from the north are availing the opportunity eagerly, but the Bengali girls have no interest in it whatsoever. Of the 114 students, only 2 are Bengali. In linguistic considerations, Rokeya was subaltern by choice. She chose mainly Bangla for her literary practices, which was looked down upon even by the Muslim elite of Bengal. Her widowhood again worsened her plight further. Colonial experience, gender, religion, language, ethnicity, particularism of feminism and comparative literary practices, and universalism of colonial culture contributed to her legacy being marginalized and subordinated to Western feminists as well as to her counterparts from non-Muslim backgrounds. Tracing through her works, the recurrence of certain themes can be noticed clearly, which attained a formidable shape years later through different socio-political movements. The anguish on a daily basis have also found its place in her essays. In a climate of condescending of Muslim women as helpless and concurrently condoning the attacks on them, studying feminist foremothers like Rokeya becomes fundamental. Born exactly 30 years after Rokea's death in a country far away in geographical distance, as well as socio-cultural fabric, feminist activist and author Bell Hooks sought to spearhead the cause of intersectionality of gendered oppression based on racial discrimination. Over to the next speaker, Sabrina Miller.
All of us, Female and male have been socialized from birth on to accept sexist thought and action, was a quote said by Gloria Jean Watkins, who would one day become literary scholar and intersectional feminism writer Bell Hooks. Growing up, she developed a love for literacy, especially growing interested in the literary possibilities in education. She once said, quote, "The classroom remains the most radical space of possibility in the academy." From the beginning of her career as a 19-year-old undergrad at Stanford, she wrote a draft on the history of feminism. From there, she continued her education and her writing. It wasn't until the end of the 70s that she donned the pen name Bell Hooks. Her pen name had a threefold meaning. The name itself was in commemoration of her great-grandmother, Belle Blair Hooks, and the fact that it was lowercase was to create a clear difference between the two women, as well as to highlight and symbolize the importance of what was being written rather than who was writing it. Her works highlighted many ideas that were not talked about at the time, such as the power structures within race, gender, class, and sexuality. Later, her work would be recognized as intersectional feminism. An example to help explain it would be that women experience a harsh wage gap, but women of different races often even have a bigger gap due to biases and social injustices. Hooks once said that, quote, "As long as women are using class or race or power to dominate other women, feminism's sisterhood cannot be fully realized." We all fall in different categories defined by factors including race, religion, social class, gender, age, and sexuality. An experience that a 25-year-old upper-class white female has is completely different from what a 50-year-old Native American woman has to face. Those of different categories must often face struggles that their counterparts do not. Hooks once said that, quote, "Oppressions are multi-layered, and they are embodied by sexism, racism, classism, and imperialism. Consequently, all these are interrelated and are separately connected to each other. The assumption that these factors can be separated from each other or that they have no impact on each other is wronghead and leads to distorted bias and inaccurate discussions on sexism and sexist oppression." Following her passions for education, as well as pointing out social issues, she began her career as a college professor. For Bell Hooks, she focused on literacy, not only because she enjoyed it, but because she felt that, quote, "If we truly want to empower women and men to engage in feminist thinking, we must empower them to read and write." She taught at numerous universities before finally becoming a professor in her home state of Kentucky at Brea University in 2004, where she arguably created her biggest impact. In 2014, Brea opened the Bell Hooks Institute to maintain Hooks' legacy and encourage the community to engage with Hooks' ideas by displaying art and mementos from her life and her writings. The Institute itself today, even after Hooks' death, encourages, quote, "Hooks' belief that truth-telling can transform consciousness and communities." Her writing was personal and feminist in nature, with works titled "Ain't I a Woman?", "Black Women in Feminism", "Feminist", "Talking Back", "Thinking Feminist", and more. Bell earned herself a legacy in literacy for being a feminist theorist and activist within her work. She laid out her feminist theories specifically within challenges of Black women. With many books and articles written, Hooks was able to create a timeless legacy before she died at 69 years old. These works created a legacy in feminism and race that held messages of love, feminist theory, culture, and more. She used her works to bring hope, community, and inspiration to both women and men alike across multiple generations. Bell Hooks has, quote, "convinced many of her readers that feminism is for everybody." Thanks to her inspirational writings, future authors can also learn from her based on her institute and ideas. Her writings have paved a permanent pathway for feminism to grow. Only time will tell the true impact of Hooks' legacy. In closing, I would like to send it back to my group.
All throughout modern feminist thought, it has been claimed that all women are oppressed. Evidently, women throughout the world share a common oppression by virtue of their inherited sex. However, the diversity of various social factors such as race, religion, class, ethnicity, etc., ends the commonality. Bell Hooks, divergent from Begum Rokeya in terms of nearly all forms of social identity, except for being a woman from a marginalized community, delved into similar spaces to bring about change. The essence of intersectional feminism, championed by both Rokeya and Hooks, can be found in the foreword of Bell Hooks' memoir, Grown Black, Memories of Girlhood, where she writes, "This is not an ordinary tale. It is the story of girlhood rebellion, of my struggle to create self and identity distinct from yet inclusive of the world around me." Thank you.
Thank you so much to this group for the beautiful presentation. Moving on, we have with us the last but not the least, the seventh group of student presenters, where Anisha Nag, Anisha Shah, Deboshmita Som, Dibyaganta Mukherjee from Calcutta University have collaborated with Stacey Brown McCullough from Texas Women's University on their paper titled Lessons in Intersectional Feminism, Connecting Caste, Race, and Gender by analyzing the feminist discourses of Savitri Bai Phule and bell hooks and forging solidarity through it. Let's hear them out.
Anisha, you're muted.
Yes. Hello everyone. Our title for today's presentation is Lessons in Intersectional Feminism, Connecting Caste, Race, Gender by Analyzing the Feminist Discourse of Savitri Bai Phule and bell hooks and forging solidarity through it. In the 19th century, the contours of a feminist political movement became visible and gradually feminism as a concept came into existence. In the 19th and early 20th century, marginalized women's position in society have been shaped by the colonial experience. These women belonging to different geographical locations, class, caste, religion, and ethnicity fought jointly against the forces of the patriarchy and the colonial masters' cultural indoctrination. Savitribai Phule and bell hooks were born generation apart and in two different geographical locations, but still they have much in common. They enabled feminists to dismantle the idea of monolithic feminism and empowered women who were caught between the intersections of caste, race, and gender. Savitribai and Bell both used education as a cultural tool and strongly believed that the education is the only means of liberating the enslaved. So let's begin. Who was Savitribai Phule and how she paved the way for women's education? Savitribai Phule, born on 3rd January 1831 in Naigaon, a village of Maharashtra, was a pioneer figure who took on the forces of patriarchy and caste in 19th century India. She is often recognized as a mother figure for spearheading feminist aspiration in India. She was the first lady teacher of modern India who not only paved the way for women's education but also made it accessible to marginalized children in India. Savitribai and her husband Jyotiba Phule, who was also a social activist, built a revolutionary social education movement for Shudra and Atishudra women of the country, who prior to this were not allowed to pursue formal education. In 1848, they built country's first ever girls' school in Bhilwara, Maharashtra, with the intention of educating women and assisting them in becoming self-reliant and independent. She also opened 18 schools for girls across Maharashtra from 1848 to 1852. After starting the school in 1848 and training, Savitribai Phule, along with her husband, started a school for Mahars and monks as well. She inevitably encountered a great deal of hostility and pushback from the traditionalists who were against women's education, but she remained obdurate on her missions. Men would purposely wait in the streets and pass lewd remarks. They sometimes pelted stones and threw cow dung or mud. It is also known that she used to carry two saris when she went to school, changing out of the soiled sari once she reached the school. Savitribai also encouraged critical thinking in the educational process. She envisioned knowledge as something that would go beyond mere alphabetical competence and empower people to see through hegemonic ideology so that they can understand the oppressive system and try to dismantle it. Phule understood that equality could only prevail in society as long as there was inequality in the family structure. Her contribution made us realize that suppression of women in traditional Hindu culture went hand in hand with the suppression of low caste and untouchables. Savitribai believed that in education lay the key to a fundamental change in social attitudes. Her goal in promoting education for the masses was not simply to raise the temporary standards of living for few individuals, but to reshape the entire future of the nation. Savitribai, through her work and thoughts, as Thomas Kuhn would call it, truly brought about a paradigm shift, not just in the field of education in India, but the white mass consciousness at large. Savitribai Phule's contribution in the field of education in India were groundbreaking and far-reaching. Phule's legacy serves as a testament to the power of education to bring about social change and transform life. So what we understand is that no impediment could subdue her rebellious spirit, and she rose to become an inspiring teacher, leader, thinker, and writer. So now over to Devushmita Som, who will be talking about her radical writings. Thank you.
Awake, arise, and educate. Smash traditions, liberate. These are some of the lines penned down by Savitribai Phule, who was probably one of the first published women in modern India, and she was able to develop her own voice and agency at a time when women from all sections were ruthlessly suppressed and made to lead a subhuman life. She consistently propagated modern values such as humanism, liberty, equality, brotherhood, and rationalism through her writings. Two of her most famous books are Kavya Phule, published in 1854, and Bhavan Kashi Subodh Ratnakar, published in 1892. She has written on many important issues like education, caste distinction, and child welfare, along with the subjects of social reform in this poem. Savitribai motivated her 14-year-old student Muktabai Salve to write an essay that became the cornerstone of Dalit literature. Mukta's essay, titled Grief of the Monks and Mahars, is deemed to be among the earliest surviving documentations by a Dalit woman writer of the atrocities committed against her community. In order to understand her revolutionary literature, it is very important that we trace Savitribai's works against the background of the 19th century Maharashtra, where Brahmanical exploitation was at its peak. Her literary contribution changed the outlook and approach of feminist literature. She was an anti caste activist who raised issues pertaining to caste and gender through her writings and speeches, as well as through direct intervention. She was also an ardent advocate of modern education and the English language. Learn English to annihilate caste, she exhorted in most of her poems. In her poem titled Go Get Education, she urges the marginalized communities to get education and break free from the chains of oppression. Apart from these two collections, Savitribai Phule's speeches and songs and letters written to Mahatma Phule were also published. A few of her own speeches were also published in the year 1892. She castigates the exploitation inherent in the system through her language, which is direct, sharp, and unsparing, whether it raises the caste or the gender question. Braj Ranjan Mani writes in his book, A Forgotten Liberator, The Life and Struggle of Savitribai Phule. Savitribai Phule, 1831 to 97, struggled and suffered with a revolutionary husband in an equal measure, but remains obscure due to the casteist and sexist negligence. Apart from her identification as Jyotirau's wife, she is little known even in academia. She is one of India's first modern feminists, a revolutionary leader in her own right. Her radical writings have been a constant source of inspiration for the marginalized people. Now on to the next speaker, Nisha Nag.
An elementary reading of feminist literature and politics in India reveals that Savitribai Phule was the first female teacher and social reformer to implement intersectionality in its most practical sense. She opened the gates of secular education for women belonging to all caste and class strata of the Indian society. She, along with her husband Jyotiba Phule and friend Fatima Sheikh, fought tirelessly against all forms of discrimination. She realized Indian women cannot be defined by singular identities and the issues of caste and gender are interrelated. Her thoughts show the sensitivity and understanding of the existing diversity of patriarchies in terms of caste in India with varying degree of women exploitation therein. One of the main focuses of Savitribai's intervention was the challenge she posed to the well-established patriarchal and Brahminical relations. For her, social and economic power was located in Brahminical social structures and practices. Oppression, exploitation, and social discrimination defined the Shudra Atishudra castes. In this context, all women were referred as Shudras by Phule since they were also oppressed. Savitribai's literary and social work influenced the Dalit feminist standpoint, which began to emerge since the 1980s as caste identity and caste consciousness dominated the political scene in India. This period has seen assertions of what has been named as Dalit Bahujan Phule Ambedkarite feminism. The emancipatory potential vested in the writings of black feminists like bell hooks encouraged several narratives by Dalit women to produce feminist knowledge from their own vantage points. Considering how they too are not an homogeneous entity by themselves, Savitribai and Bell, both being marginalized women, possessed a unique standpoint regarding their own oppression. Their social position provided them with a distinctive set of experiences that offered a different view of material reality than that available to the privileged section. These experiences led to a unique feminist consciousness. They not only postulated about their oppression based on race, caste, and gender, but also criticized patriarchal structures within their own communities. Gopal Guru, in his article, Dalit Women Talk Differently, takes a similar stance to that of Crenshaw regarding the caste context when he states Dalit women suffer two distinct patriarchal structures: the Brahminical form of patriarchy that stigmatizes Dalit women due to their caste identity of being untouchable, and political and literary marginalization of Dalit women by Dalit male dominant movement. He says that Dalit men are reproducing the same mechanisms against their women which their high caste adversaries had used to dominate them. Sharmila Rege, in her essay, A Dalit Feminist Standpoint, establishes a similar viewpoint to that of Hooks when she says a transformation from our cause to their cause is needed to bring about collective change. She says the Dalit feminist standpoint, which emerges from the practices and struggles of Dalit women, cannot flourish if isolated from the experiences and ideas of other groups who must educate themselves about the histories, the preferred social relations and utopias and the struggles of the marginalized. It, however, does not mean that non-Dalit feminists can speak as or for the Dalit women, but they can certainly reinvent themselves as allies. Now I would like our next speaker, Deepokanto, to take over.
Savitri Bai fought against the totalitarianism of the caste system and other social evils till her last moments. She challenged the Brahminical hegemony and fractured their dominance through her enduring and heroic struggle for the rights of women and marginalized communities. Savitri Bai instrumented significant changes in the age-old code of marital alliances, which inevitably worked as a powerful tool in altering casteist kinship rubrics, resulting in the proliferation and social mobility of certain communities. She supported intercaste marriages as a means to dent the patriarchal social structure. She refuted the norms set up by Manu in his Manusmriti regarding intercaste marriage. The Satya Sudak Samaj, established by the Phules in 1873, performed several marriages without availing the services of the Brahmins. She was also the first woman in Indian history to light up her husband's funeral pyre, shocking the most radical feminists of her time. The year 1897 dawned with the menace of bubonic plague. People were dying in hundreds daily in Pune. Savitri, along with Yashwant, set up a hospital to take care of patients. She would pick up sick people and bring them to the hospital and treat them. Even though she knew that the disease was contagious, she continued to serve them till the plague took her own life. Phule's feminism is quite unique, as she was the first of her kind to recognize the intersecting nature of oppression, where gender, caste, and class intersected to create a system of inequality. In this way, her feminism was quite similar to bell hooks, like cross-feminists who emphasized on the interconnected nature, which is gender and race, of oppression, and called for an inclusive movement to address the multiple forms of oppression simultaneously. Hooks argued that the racial politics of white supremacy shaped class structure in America, and that is by only analyzing racism and its function in a capitalist society that a thorough understanding of class relationship can emerge. Gloria Jean Watson, better known as Bell Hooks, was an author, theorist, educator, and social critic who wrote about the intersectionality in feminism. In her feminist theory, From Margin to Center, Hooks stated that racism abounds in the writings of white feminists, reinforcing white supremacy and negating the possibility that women will bond politically across the ethnic and social racial boundaries. Hooks argued that white feminists ignored BIPOC, disabled, transgender, or non-binary women's living experiences because they differed from their own patriarchal worldviews. But she did not negate white women's own gendered oppression. Instead, Hooks' assertion was essential that intersectional feminists maintain women's issues are as diverse and multifaceted as they are inclusive of all, women and children and men alike. She criticized Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique, not because white women did not need liberating, but because Friedan ignored the problems that the majority of women faced. Bell Hooks' point was that the least oppressed women have set the goals and tone of feminism. Thank you, and up to the next speaker, Stacy.
Thank you.
In the past 20 to 30 years, intersectionality in feminist studies has surged to the forefront. Kimberly Williams Crenshaw once stated, "If we aren't intersectional, some of us, the most vulnerable, are going to fall through the cracks." These systems of caste and race and gender cannot be separated. One system of oppression upholds the other. Because of this intersectionality and inclusiveness, according to Bell Hooks, we can be sisters, united by shared interests and beliefs, united in our appreciation for diversity, united in our struggle to end sexist oppression, united in political solidarity. Similar to marginalized American women, especially Black women, Dalit Bahujan women have experienced oppression differently than Indian upper caste women. Throughout history, subordinate groups experience a different reality from the dominant group. Both Dalit Bahujan Indian women and Black American women have been oppressed by patriarchal systems that weaponize religion and existing social hierarchies, such as those within education and government bureaucracies, to continue to subjugate and exploit the lower castes or classes. In Ain't I a Woman, Bell Hooks stated that the assumption that we can divorce the issue of race from sex or sex from race has so clouded the vision of American thinkers and writers on the woman question that most discussions of sexism, sexist oppression, or women's place in society are distorted, biased, and inaccurate. Hooks wanted to develop a definition of feminism that was all-encompassing, without neglecting the othered members of society. The mere fight for equality between men and women is, according to Hooks, simplistic. Race, class, and sex, Hooks stated, determine the extent to which an individual will be discriminated against, exploited, and oppressed. Likewise, in India, the issue of caste cannot be divorced from sex, from which the upper caste feminists do not take into consideration. Bell Hooks used education as a cultural tool and strongly believed that education is the path to liberating the enslaved. In Teaching to Transgress, Hooks stated, education as the practice of freedom is not just about liberatory knowledge, it is about liberatory practice in the classroom. Further, education as the practice of freedom will be a reality for women only when we develop an educational methodology that addresses the needs of all women. This is an important feminist agenda. Both Bell Hooks and Savitribai Phule advocated against the twin oppressions of race and gender and caste and gender, respectively, in order to make a difference for those who came after them. Their contributions to the feminist movement continue to inspire activists and scholars. Their discourse becomes more relevant as we witness the rise of Trumpism in America and Hindutva politics in India, where fascism seeks to uphold the capitalist patriarchy and undermine the goals of intersectional feminists. Uniting marginalized groups to dismantle race, caste, class, and gender discrimination must be at the forefront of the feminist womanist movement. These interrelated parts of a whole form a whole woman sphere wrapped in patriarchy, and it is not women's work alone to untangle the mass. It's up to all of us together. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentations. Now I'd like to open the floor to the professors and audiences for their questions and comments on the last two presenting groups. Those who have questions are kindly requested to unmute themselves. You can also write them in the chat box, and please mention your affiliation and to which group your question is directed to.
I didn't turn on the camera. Just, you guys have any questions?
Hello, this is Brian Failer. I enjoyed these presentations. I have a sort of a question for any of the students who participated, who are with us on online or in person. And I'm just curious, what did you learn what did you learn from this process of collaborating through this kind of symposium? What would you say was kind of a takeaway that you learned that you otherwise might not have learned without having an opportunity or like this one?
This is a very good question. Yeah, please go ahead. We would like to hear several of you comment on this.
Thank you. I appreciate that question. I would not have otherwise learned about the feminist movement in India. I don't think without this experience, I've learned a lot from this experience, both based on the historical feminist movement, but also about what's going on right now on the other side of the world. So that was really a great experience for me personally.
Students from Calcutta University and Presidency. I know some of the OCC students might have departed because they have other classes, but students of Presidency and those that are online, we need your feedback. So say something, respond, be thoughtful, because you've shared a lot with me individually. I want you to have this platform to speak out aloud.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jagadhatri Gupta. I want to say that we got a lot of new ideas, and like we also did it on bell hooks. So as for me personally, I did not have much knowledge about bell hooks. So knowing about her and comparing her work with that of Ruqayya Begum's, it was really very enriching. And above all, we really enjoyed doing this presentation together, and it was a wonderful teamwork, I would say. And especially going across borders, going across different boundaries and barriers, we got a lot of new ideas and a lot of new things to learn from, something which to be there with us throughout our life.
Presidency students, do you have anything to contribute?
Hello, everyone. This is Borishan from Presidency. So I think the biggest takeaway from this conference is how, as Stacey said, we are sitting miles apart and yet we are collaborating, we are thinking. This intellectual camaraderie, that was the whole thing about this conference, that we are connecting on an intellectual level and to some extent talking about our foremothers, our histories, retrieving lost histories. We are also talking about our emotions, our emotional connect to that history. So that subjective perception that we could bring into these presentations, I think that is the most important thing about it.
You are all been very complimentary. Does anyone want to address any issues that you may have had, that you overcame? Because our best learning happens when we meet with difference or a stumbling block. So sharing those can be useful too. So talk through those can be useful too. Somebody wrote something in the chat. Hironna or someone, can you please read?
Yeah, I will. Just a second. So Jessica writes, I personally believe I learned that there are unsung heroes, so to speak. I would have never known about these women had I not attended this meeting. There are many famous women out there, but of the ones discussed, I had no prior knowledge. This meeting shook the dust off of some really good book recommendations. It also gave me a more expansive vision to be more curious to explore other stories throughout history in all parts of the world.
This is absolutely wonderful. But as I was saying, does anyone want to share that something that you had a mental block about, or an impediment that you encountered? I understand the time difference. I understand, sort of the digital divide that some of us have living in the global south and communicating with the global north. But is there anything that you encountered and that you had to work through? We would benefit from knowing.
I think, as one of the organizers, even the fact that we could host this conference is a big deal for us, because we had to do it completely online. Because I think last year, when this collaboration was done and Aporia was not a part of it, it was majorly an offline conference. But to be able to hold this online despite all the technical glitches and everything that could have happened is a huge deal for us. And uh, I was a little scared going into this, because I'm just like a first year master student, and I was not sure if this would go well. But I think it has gone really well, and I have all the professors involved to thank, and most importantly, all my first year, like UG first year volunteers, who helped me out everywhere that they could, and it was amazing. So thank you.
Just to decode you a little bit, the UG first years that she's mentioning are the 18-year-olds that are freshmen, undergraduate students in presidency. And in fact, Hironna, who's a first year master student at presidency, was one of the participants last year when we did this symposium for the first time. Then her literary society, the student run Aporia Literary Society, was not hosting it because it was COVID. We just did it online on our end, but in person on OCC's. And I believe Dr. Thaler joined OCC. He flew out from Texas to go to Syracuse and was hosted by them there. So it was wonderful last year. This year, I mean, last year, most of the support was whatever financial support was necessary was on their end, and OCC provided us very kindly with that support. This year, we did it thanks to Google for free. No budget on our end, just a lot of labor of love from the students, the freshman students, the graduating seniors that presented. They are the undergraduates here in the presidency program, who the seniors that collaborated with the OCC students, and then the CU, the Calcutta University students, are graduate students who collaborated with the TWU students. So we did it in zero budget and remarkably short time. But I think we should pat ourselves on the back, because I think it went wonderfully.
Purna, may I say something?
Yes, please.
Purna? Yeah, I was just, congratulations to presidency, because when we thought that lack of budget will stop this, workshop, you stepped up and you did such a good job. So a big hand to all of you, presidency. I'm also part of presidency. That is my alma mater as a student. So congratulations. And congratulations to Calcutta University students, because you have done without any of your faculty members present in town. So, Madhurima, I can see she has joined online. All of us are abroad. So congratulations, you've still come through. And congratulations to TWU and OCC students. You have worked across digital device, spatial device, and other divides, like divides of understanding. Because we know that South Asia is not high up in your curriculum. So you have done, and you have addressed all these issues, and you have actually done a very good job jointly, and shown your camaraderie, your fellow feeling, and your affection towards each other. So you see, even though we are far apart, we are not that different.
Thank you, ma'am.
And ma'am, thank you so much for your support and encouragement and this wonderful opportunity that you provided us. And also
Exactly.
to Purna ma'am and
Yes, ma'am.
presidency, this was
Thank you
really
to
a
Purna,
very,
ma'am.
very, very enriching conference. It was
Thank
really a
you to
very enriching
Purna.
conference, and we are going home with a lot. Thank you so much, ma'am, for all the
Thank you to
opportunity you
Purna
gave us.
ma'am and Hiranya Di. She kept on contacting us. She also did so
Yes,
much
yes,
for
yes.
us.
We did not face any problem. They were so caring and just always ready to help us. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for this opportunity. Punna, ma'am, your daily dose of encouragement, it helped us a lot, especially when I'm suffering from tonsillitis and I can barely speak well. Thank you so much, ma'am.
You're
I
very
just want to
welcome.
thank everybody for their work from OCC as well. I know it's been a great deal of effort to try to coordinate with lots of different students. It's amazing how many people were working together on this. And again, I think it's been a rich learning experience, and we definitely appreciate everything that you've done. So, and again, thanks for Presidency for being the main driving force this year behind it to keep all this going and do all this organization. I think it turned out very well. So thank you again very much.
I think now we can formally, this is a good segue into the vote of thanks. We can conclude this session. We are hitting midnight here in India. So let's go to the vote of thanks and our concluding bit.
Yes, ma'am. A hearty thank you to the all participants for their amazing work. Also, thank you very much to our professors for their thoughtful comments and remarks. Now that we have reached the end, it is absolutely indispensable that we close with a few parting words. First, we would like to express our deep gratitude towards the three guest speakers today. Thank you, Professor Geraldine Forbes, Professor Richard McLean, and Professor Brian Feller for those brilliant lectures. And of course, the symposium would not have been possible without the active encouragement and support from Professor Poorna Banerjee and Professor Paula Banerjee. Thanks to them as well. Thanks to all the volunteers whose efforts helped us sail through seamlessly. We are indebted to our academic the audience whose enthusiastic participation made this conference a success. Lastly, thanks to all the students of all four universities without whose contribution presentations, none of this would have been as fruitful. It was lovely to have hosted the symposium. We are looking forward to having more such fulfilling academic events in future. Thank you, everyone.
Thanking you all. Thank you, the audience. There were 50 plus. At midnight, there were 50 plus online. So thank you and good night. So a job very well done. Good night, OCC. Good night, TWU. Good night, CU and Presidency. The professors have been added to the group that the students have. If you have any comments, you can WhatsApp message to the students. They would love that, I'm sure.
Thank you, everyone. I am ending this meeting now. Good night.
Good night.